Hey guys, Bleach Out here. Earlier this month, I got a 5-0 in a modern league with my Martyr's Grace list, and thought it would be a great idea to go over the gameplay with another Martyr professional so that we can offer insight into the plays I make and card choices and everything. Zachinflames from the Martyr Discord, another longtime player of the deck, and I have gone over the footage of the matches and offered commentary on the plays and card choices and everything. This was recorded a little while ago, and I haven't had time to upload it, so apologies for that. We also recorded it in chunks, so after the first 3 matches, we tend to do a deep dive into things before coming back and doing the last 2 matches. Anyways, hope there's a lot of valuable information to take away here, and hope you enjoy. You can talk about how sloppily I'm playing and that kind of thing. And what you would do in that position, just that kind of thing. And then I'll talk as well, of course, just to what I was thinking, right?
Yeah, I'll let you set it up and go from there. I'm ready.
We're all set up then. We're good to go.
Yeah.
Ugh. I didn't realize how long these games were either. It's like 40 minutes of match. So round 1, I'm up against Hammer Time, which I know from the start. And I really I take a slow approach. I just kind of let them do their own thing, and I have Solitude up if I need to. Wow. I didn't realize that my screen capture didn't even show the revealed cards. Sad. So yeah, basically, I don't even do anything. I don't even tap the flagstones for mana. I just play this one, go find mistveil planes, and then ship it back to them and see what they do. And if I need to, I'll use Solitude. If they play...
And the thinking here, too, is that Ghost Quarter could be useful to hit an ink moth, or...
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Exactly. I think generally when I have multiple flagstones as well, I will hold them. I'll play the flagstones first, and then I'll use my Ghost Quarter last, just to pop the flagstones. Which I might even do here. I might not even respect... Yeah, I'm not even going to respect Ink Moth. Because I didn't have to use my Solitude, I think I am feeling a little bold. So I hit the Ingenious Smith there because that's the one that gets a little bigger. And this way I can just trade with their Esper Sentinel if they're brave enough to attack with it.
Yeah, skyclave is very, very good.
Yeah. This is one of the matchups where I'll bring skyclaves in, because I had moved some to the sideboard. So I think I do like having them in the 75, because they're so useful. Like, what is this attack from them? It's just... Like, is that a good trade for them? I don't think so.
Yeah, they traded up for a 2/2, I guess.
I guess.
It's kind of a questionable attack, though. You're right.
Right?
I mean, what they're probably thinking is that they just want more creatures and more targets for their equip.
Yeah, and plus, they do clear my blocker, and they get their own 2/2.
So Ranger gets 2 here.
Yeah. So definitely getting Kami. I know they can't beat Kami Lock in game 1 unless they have Pithing Needle in their main. It's a risk I'm willing to take, So against Hammer Time, most of the time I'll go for a Kami Lock. But just in case they have Pithing Needle, I wanted to get Martyr as well. Alright, so we got Pure Steel Paladin.
And Pure Steel Paladin is kind of like their big threat.
Exactly. Yeah. Pure Steel Paladins are scarier than Sigarda's Aid, in my mind. So I'm definitely going to solitude
Yeah.
it here. I don't want them to draw a card, and I don't want them to be able to throw their equipment wherever they want. Um, you'd probably agree. Like,
Hmm.
and then this attack, like, okay. Like, I don't mind trading. Ranger Avios,
Yeah.
like, he already did his job.
Yeah. Like it doesn't matter what your board state is, Rig. You know.
Yeah. Like, I could do nothing, and I'd be fine. Alright, so I'm just cracking Martyr. And I think I'm going to play Abiding Grace, yeah. Um, and basically, my thought process here is I'll get a life buffer. They're going to search off of the Urza Saga here, but they don't have a Sigarda's Aid, so I'm not worried about, like, 2 hammers or anything like that. They'd need another Pure Steel Paladin in order to equip 2 hammers and a... Okay, so they got the Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, and they're like one outer, right? But they have to be very delicate about it.
Exactly. And because I got Martyr on Kami, I can just do one of the plans instead of, sacking my Kami every turn and then them just getting to the Soul Guide Lantern it. Yeah, I don't even block here.
And basically, yeah, you don't care as long as it's not Ink Moth coming at you.
Exactly, yeah. And now I drew a path, like, this game is mine, and I know it's mine. I'm, I just get to play with my food a little bit. There's nothing they can really do. I really don't know what they could do.
Now, I could see maybe a tiny argument for activating a mistveil there, but I guess the one concern is you don't want to, like, before you activate the Martyr, but you don't want to, yeah, you don't want to, like, waste clock time. Like, that's pretty valuable stuff. And I think that Castle is a pretty decent, blocker here as well.
Yeah. What would you have misveiled back?
Like, maybe a Solitude.
Oh, okay.
It's unclear.
Yeah.
But you would have needed to do that before the Martyr.
Yeah, I would need my Martyr on the battlefield.
Yeah.
I think I sacked the Martyr there because I wanted to kind of coerce them into using the Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'll play Kami here. And I think I just sit with my Abiding Grace for a while and gain some life,
Yeah. And that's the thing is, just having it in play and gaining 1 life, it does kind of stack up. Sounds ridiculous. You might laugh at it. It's clearly the less powerful mode, but it's equally important, I think.
Yeah, it's still gaining value. Keeping me alive, turning their Memnite into a 28 turn clock or whatever. So they do get their Soul Guide back from the graveyard because of Luris, but I don't think there's anything I could have done about that. And I'm pretty sure I make a human token, I untap, I wins them, and then I just start getting in.
Yeah, I find that one of the big flashpoints is getting to that 6th mana so that you can overload the Winds of Abandon.
Yeah.
Like, the draw really came together here.
Oh, yeah. I've been finding Winds of Abandon is so good lately.
I agree.
I still like my paths. I still stand by them.
I actually have swapped paths myself with Winds of Abandon, and that doesn't mean too much. It means I'm playing 4 winds and 3 paths, but if you'd told me that that's where I would be at, maybe like a year or a couple months ago, I would have been like, no way.
Yeah.
Like, path is just the best.
Right?
And it is good, but I think that there's a lot of times where you just want to draw wins, and anything else just doesn't matter,
Yeah,
including Pat.
it's true. See, my opponent made a mistake here, right?
Hmm.
They, and I don't even care. I think I let them just go ahead because why do I need to care about it? You know.
Hmm.
But I think I should have passed there.
I think I might have, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Oh, I think I didn't want them to draw a card off Esper Sentinel, but now I realize they're gonna do that anyways. You know, like they're just gonna make it an 11-11, and how am I going to get around that? You know. So I definitely should have passed the Pure Steel, so they don't draw cards. So I'm frequently up on time against my opponents
Yeah.
because
And
they.
is that just because you're mastering the keyboard using all of your short clicks? Or are you just like thinking like turns and turns ahead? Or a little bit of both?
I play very intuitively, so there's less thinking and more doing. So I'm not always thinking turns ahead, although I should be. Um, there are some games where I'm just thinking leagues ahead and I'm so ahead of it, and then there's other games where I'm just doing what I feel like. Yeah, so I just overload wins here. They should just concede at some point.
Yeah, but people who want to hang on to dear life when there's practically a zero outer, in the case of Kami luck, and your lantern is gone, like you're doing yourself a disservice. And I think that it shows, and it's really good to play into that,
Yeah,
Uh, and now you're locked out of combat, opponent, so
right?
um,
Like the Kami lock just kind of sitting here it's really refreshing. And now I look at my exile pile like, oh, what did they exile? Like I'll catch back up.
yeah. And what's interesting is that you did follow through with the like, I'm gonna bluff you out with Martyr,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not like they didn't know about the Kami.
Yeah.
You cast interviewers, you show them too.
Exactly.
So I think that in this case, it might have been a bit of a misplay here. And then this is the big end game here. Emeria is really good. I found it to be like a very reliable way to win. As
Yeah.
ridiculous as it seems,
Extremely ridiculous, right? Like it's your 8th,
Extreme.
9th, 10th land, but like it's so good. And oftentimes my opponent, I'll like play it when I have 7 other planes, and they'll just concede, or like I'll put the first trigger on the stack, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you win." Like, I can't beat that.
Yeah, I'll often play it and then like hit 6 to pass priority, and there's a big long like okay, I can tell my opponent's reading it.
Right? Like what is that?
I think you're making excellent use of the castle here. That's really cool to see.
Yeah.
That's a card that's been in and out of Martyr. I think that there's an argument to play it over Emeria. Some people do that. What do you think about that?
I have. In the past, I played it over Emeria. I did that when I was on Martyr Blade. Because, more creatures to equip with equipment is always nice. But I haven't been on Martyr Blade for so long. I don't like too many of them. Although you could definitely like make an argument for me to play more because they're great. Like they're quite strong, and oftentimes I might get up to being able to activate 2 of them in a turn.
Yeah, like we could see here, a second castle would be a pretty sweet draw at this point.
Yeah, right? I mean, not that I need it, but absolutely.
Some in the community have called it the white bitter blossom. Now I don't know if it's that good, but I think it's a very worthy include. I was really hot on it too when it came out, that was a time when we were playing a little bit more copies of the card, um, Weathered Wayfarer. So it was just like, well, this may come into play tap sometimes. It might not be so great, but at least I could find it. But I think just playing maybe a couple, yeah, I like that idea a lot actually.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was ridiculous.
My opponent.
So yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, talk about that play.
Oh,
Pretty
my
funny.
my opponent was having a hard time. They played their pure steel, like, okay, they might get back into this a little bit, and then they play a hammer right away, and it's like, okay, I'll just solitude it. Like, and then I'll put my field of ruin on the bottom. So I'm currently sitting here knowing that I can ghost quarter my other ghost quarter to get my 7th planes. So like, like I know that I can go off with emeria at any time. I just need my opponent to know it, so that we can move on to game 2.
Yeah. Sometimes with these combos, your opponent's like, "Can you show me that again?" And it's like, "Yeah, I'll show you again. Can I see it again? Yeah, I'll show it to you again."
Yeah.
It's like that.
Like, yeah, I'll show you every
You're,
turn.
you're on the second copy of Emeria too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever get them both going off? Because that's, oof, boy.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do,
But
and
yeah,
it's hilarious.
one is more than enough. Now this is something I haven't seen. The full retail Colossus Hammer.
Yeah, it's a little funny. They made it to 8 mana. They're not in this game anymore. But that's the point where they could equip it. Oh yeah, and there's my 7th planes. Like,
Yeah, and squadron hogs are sort of a topic of sort of an inside joke with the martyr community. I love squadron hog, but like you'd be surprised how how effective a forever 1/1 flying attacker is. It's pretty good.
it's
So yeah.
it's really good. Yeah.
Now, notably, it can't get through an ornithopter. I don't care.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, so I don't even bother. I might block with the solitude just to, you know, just to BM a little.
For good measure.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, so that's notable. So like Death Touch, Lifelink, like Cauldra maybe, that has like a pretty weird ability. If you sack and Spore Frog, then it's all good.
Yeah. No, exactly. I think there was an argument there to attack with the Solitude as well. And I think I really should have. Because if they block the Solitude, then, I'm just going to emeria it back next turn. And really get this ball rolling, get rid of that Ornithopter,
Yeah. And it's kind of a very common line with like thraben and Abiding Grace, which I'm sure we'll probably see at some later point. But yeah, being able to do that with Solitude every turn, sheesh, man.
So they did have a prismatic ending, but it's 15 turns too late, like.
Emeria is already online.
Yeah.
And it's just so if I'm the opponent, I think now is the point where I realize, oh, okay, like this is not going to end well for me.
Right.
And I like the talk there. I'm a very big proponent of like using all the mana. Come from a lot of tap out style decks.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Another is that Castle puts you up one white permanent, and that sometimes comes up. So yeah, that's pretty good.
It does, yeah. There's my game against Living End actually, where I had no permanent or no creatures, and I had a squawk in hand, and I just activated the castle, played the squawk, and then mistveiled back another squawk. Like.
So I like these spots where you are able to start to shush them off of non-creature spells every turn.
Yeah.
And that's like one of the big Zachinflames, and yeah, so now they finally concede.
They figured
And
it
that's
out.
just, so what do you like to bring in here?
So Kataki definitely, right? I bring in my other wins, 'cause it's just so good. Oh,
Should have been in the deck to begin with. Oh, maybe you don't.
maybe I don't. Oh, we'll see what I did. So, I always board like based on how I'm feeling, you know?
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
People always like say like, what should I do? And I'm like, well, did your opponent play well?
Yeah.
Alseid, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, oh man, skyclave like removed like 5 things or well, multiple things. It was like a 3-for-1. Like I want to play this card, or like maybe my opponent will play into it or around it, you know,
Mhm.
and then I'll have it.
Yeah. No, exactly.
So you took out a ranger captain.
I
Now,
did.
that's a weird trim.
Right? It was a weird trim.
That's just based on feeling it though, right?
So that's just feeling it. Yeah. I like having the Ranger
Would
of
you do it
Eos.
again?
I
You
might.
do it again.
I might. So
Okay.
in this matchup, yeah, it's good to have like a 3/3 on turn 3, right? But the silence effect doesn't really matter too much. Sometimes it does, but it doesn't always. See, the thraben inspector here is the best draw I could have had. Like,
You know,
yeah, just
I'm
all right,
I'm
ball.
thinking about what our turn sequence looks like. We have path up, so we can hold up path. We can play the kami and kind of expose it earlier, or we can just knock on wood and hope to draw thraben inspector. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So your draws were like top shelf here is definitely something.
Yeah.
So they have an early mob too. It's I don't know if you remember playing against Infect, but that was like the old sort of ink mob deck, and there was always that clinch when the opponent had an ink mob, like, oh god, like I need to draw this ghost quarter right now, or I need to hold up something. I think having solitude definitely changes that there.
Yeah, I agree. And you were right. Like, an infect opponent playing an ink moth was such a pinch. It was like, oh shit, you know, like have to survive this. All right, so I drew the squadron hawk, and I'm like, ooh, do I play it? But I think I just pass and crack my clue later, and I keep both these Esper Sentinels back, and we see what they're gonna do. You know, like, there's no reason for me to play my hawk now, unless I'm going to burn Solitude this turn, and that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you want a hawk in your hand.
Yeah.
So you would be likely discarding a ranger of Eos to hand size. And I don't think that's a very good play.
No.
Particularly.
Me neither. But I have in the past played a Squadron Hawk with like 6 cards in hand, and I go up to 9,
Yeah.
and then you just evoke the Solitude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that you're back at 7. You know, you don't have to discard anything, and you got rid of your tricky enemy permanent.
I think that's just a very like nuanced play there. Like it in a sense, like you have to kind of shift between control and then sort of almost like a combo deck, almost. But like you have to know when to like not do anything. And
Yeah.
I think that definitely takes, because it's very easy to, you know, not figure out how to try to get around these you know, Esper Sentinels. I had them on hammer as soon as they kind of like, you know, rushed out that Sigarda's aid, right?
Yeah.
So you want to try to not die here.
So I'm thinking, yeah, okay, I did go through the Solitude here. But what's funny is my opponent only had 1 hammer. So they threw away their Esper Sentinel. Into my thraben inspector. Like, that's just... and then I drew the hawk.
I hate drawing a second hawk here, honestly.
No.
It's not a great draw, but, you know.
Yeah. Like, we're stacked. We can afford it.
Yeah. So knowing that we have more hawks to come, is there a reason that you didn't go for Martyr, or you just went for thraben inspector?
To be honest, the way that I play Martyr, fairly often is that I don't really give a shit about my life total. I'm not here to try to gain life. I'm here to stay alive. So I use the life gain most of the time as a means to kind of stay alive. Like, it's almost a time walk for your opponent if they have to attack you twice, you know?
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, I think if you could like figure out gaining 3 or gaining 6 life, how many turns is that worth? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it I win? You know, like, I mean, against Burn,
Yeah.
different deck, you would probably rush up that gain 18 real quick.
Yeah.
But
So I think my opponent's gonna trade here. Okay, no, they don't. But I could see that they could if they wanted to animate the Nexus.
yeah, all they have to do is tap it, and then they have a 3/3. So I wonder if they saw it.
If
They might not have.
They might not have. If they had done that, though, what I would have done was I would have pathed the Ink Moth Nexus and then just kind of
Yeah.
blow them out.
I was gonna say, yeah, just get that out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I noticed that previously you lined up the solitude because A, you give them another land, and that's usually not so good. But then also there was the Esper Sentinel draw as well there too.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Plus, I really wanted to crack my clue.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
The extra cards are super important.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so here comes Pure Steel.
So, in this case, I pathed the Ink Moth Nexus. I probably should have waited for them to go to combat and attack with it. But I was not punished in any way. They didn't, like, tap for mana or something. Because now they just get to attack with the construct, so I do think that was a bit of a punt on my part. I think I was like kicking myself,
Yeah.
like, oh no. So Skyclave here is also great, though. I'm pretty sure I take the Shadow Spear.
Yeah, there's a lot of possible plays, but you got to think like, what's the most terrifying thing here?
Yeah.
And it's actually that random. I think it's a mythic or a rare enchantment.
It's a mythic.
Yeah, frickin' mythic.
Yeah.
I think Trample's rude. Maybe I've been playing Martyr for too long.
I agree.
Right? Like,
I generally go for the Shadow Spear first, if I can, because then I can just chump all day with thraben Inspectors and Squadron Hawks, and it makes it really hard for them to kill me, except for, like, squeaking an unblocked attacker through or something like that.
there's of course that dance that you sometimes have to do of keeping enough, and they use prismatic ending on a hawk.
Yeah,
But
so...
doing the dance of keeping enough white permanents alive so that you can activate mistveil, but then also like just blocking.
Right. So I sacked the Ranger Captain here because they're telling me that by prismatic ending the Squadron Hawk, they're telling me that they're going to kill me with a hammer on the Ornithopter. And if I sack the Ranger Captain, they have to make it lose flying if they're going to do that. Which...
Right.
Yeah. And then I drew Kataki.
And then Kataki.
And I think they actually, like, play it out for a long time. They just, like, keep tapping, like, 3 mana, keep their stuff alive.
Yeah, I definitely like playing out the kami here because like sometimes, weird stuff does happen. And like the fact that skyclave is like the most disposable of disposable bodies is like really I could see you using that in back-to-back games here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you want to trade back down? Here, have a 1/1.
Yeah. Exactly. I think there's an argument to not attack with the Skyclave. because it holds down their pure steel paladin. Because I
And
don't.
uh,
Sorry.
and we are at 5.
Exactly.
By the way.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I think I even go to 3. I just like, yeah, I'll just chump with the construct and.
Raven doing work.
Yeah. That's what he was built for. There we
And
go.
notably, and I did want to mention this, Kataki is, what is it, symmetrical, right?
Yep.
So if you're out there and you want to play Kataki, just remember you have to pay to play.
Oh, that's funny. So I think my opponent found something they wanted to play. So they just let the Ornithopter go.
And yeah, and that's another piece of text too. Reading cards is important. There's like hundreds and thousands of cards, but like Colossus Hammer removes flying unless unless a creature would gain flying after being equipped.
Yeah.
Pretty weird line, but yeah, that definitely comes up, especially with all of these flying 1/1s that we have.
It's true. Yeah. No, it's very true. So I just sacked the Kami here instead of figuring out my blocks. I think I probably should have chumped with the thraben and then traded with the Kataki, sorry. I think that would have been better, and then just hold on to the Kami for longer.
Yeah, the Kami is such a powerful threat, and like it's not doing a lot right now in the graveyard.
Yeah, no, it's not yet.
And in these situations, if I can, I will sometimes try to leave up mistveil because it's got a bullseye in its back. So if you can respond, tuck it on the bottom with mistveil, that can be a big game.
Yeah, definitely.
It doesn't come up too often, but like here we know that they're probably hoping to find a lantern, right? So
yeah,
that's one thing we kind of actively do. Now, I don't know if you did that or if you just kind of were like, I'm not doing anything else.
I think I can't remember if I did it or not. There was something I did. So I swapped my blocks around here because I was going to like lose all my creatures, and now this way I only lose, 2 of them if they don't have a hammer.
And there it is.
There's the hammer. Yeah. Which I probably could have expected, but I still think it's important to make them have it.
Yeah, and it sounds weird, but like, I will say that I've lost to hammer a lot by just being like, they probably don't have it. They have the hammer,
They always have it.
That they have the hammer.
So I tucked a Squadron Hawk end of turn. I think that was my plan. Just getting a squawk loop going.
Yep, this is one of the grindiest of elements of the deck. Forever Squadron Hawk.
Yeah. And it's so important to learn to do it fast on the MTGO.
Do you have any tips for that, or are there any like shortcuts that you use? Are you using any auto yields?
No auto yields. I just use the hotkeys. Like 1 is okay, or like move to next. Stop. 3 is yes. 4 is no.
And you're just smashing that thing.
Yeah. 2 is like pass until your opponent does something. Which I use that one a lot.
That sometimes doesn't work though. At least in my case.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, I think. Alright, so I drew a path here. It's pretty backbreaking. You could probably make an argument for Field of Ruining them and then pathing a hawk or something.
Yeah, and just to shuffle away stuff. Well, I mean, you get it back later, but yeah.
And then I'd be up at 7 planes as well, right?
could see you thinking about Field of Ruin right there.
Yeah. I do think it is
Okay.
correct, right? Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, you downgrade their draw spell into a basic planes.
Yeah.
So I think that that's a very, very subtle thing there.
Plus, I realized I didn't have anything to worry about. I didn't have any. They don't have any haste threats. They
They sure
don't have any more trample effects. Like, I'm pretty good. How do I block? Oh. Alright, this is how I block.
Yeah, and it's very important getting those freaking paladins, out of business. And just, yeah, running removal spells here is just the end. Um, Hammer is good, but it has a lot of, things that you can kind of exploit.
Yep.
Like, the fact that it, to turn a phrase, dies to removal. I wouldn't say dies. It has Luris. You can't discount Luris at all.
No.
But, yeah, it's just important to remember that. I really like the skyclaves here. The more I'm seeing them,
Yeah.
like specifically for this matchup, they're just so flexible.
They're flexible, but they're slow, and I do think that's what you get from flexibility. So, you get what you're playing with, right? But
Yeah.
oh, there's the lantern. So that's it's not the best news. I think if they're smart, they'll target my squadron hawk. Yep, they targeted squadron hawk.
And then if they're extra smart, they blow up your board now. So yeah, other thing about Kataki, it is legendary.
Yep, but they might block it. If they hate Kataki that much. Yeah.
And I think this is a poor block by the opponent.
Oh, I agree.
It's on you for walking them into it. And I think that there's something to the whole playing your opponent's deck for them. So now we see the mistveil's up. So we put the Kataki back on the bottom. That's exactly the play that I would expect.
I put the Kami on the bottom, but yeah.
Oh yeah, excuse me, wrong K.
Kamigawa, yada yada.
Yeah, yada yada, Kamigawa.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that the opponent lets you get to that point, And now they have 5 minutes on clock. You can Ranger for Kami again. That's actively something that's a plan here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they understand that. I would like to think that after playing against the deck this much, that they would know.
Right? Yeah.
So I would block here.
Yeah, I'll take their bluff,
Yeah.
Toss another hawk in front, and it just abuse the system.
Absolutely, yeah. It just seems absolutely ridiculous.
Right?
So yeah, we are at emeria levels of planes here.
Which means I think I start blocking with a skyclave. Yeah. So I send them both in. We'll let my opponent, make their mistake. Because they only have 2 artifacts anyways. I think they were just very angry with Kataki at that point. Because it meant, Kataki it's kind of like 6 time walks. At least in this game.
It cost them a lot of mana.
It did.
Which is, it slows them down. So yeah, so then they probably expected you to block with the hawk here.
I think so.
But instead, they just must not have been counting the planes. A deadly mistake.
Right, which is funny because it does show, the number of planes on my emeria.
Yes.
And I just take the hammer here. I'm pretty sure that's all the hammers. I could be wrong. Oh, and there's the ranger.
Yeah, big ranger. Back in the day, all we had was big ranger.
And we liked it.
And we loved it. Yeah, we still love it. I think that there's definitely, and look at this. This is just gasoline.
Yeah.
Just, off the top.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, block my skyclave. Beautiful. This draw came together very well.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, sometimes you just gotta capitalize on your opponent's mistakes, and get rid of all the hammers.
No hammer, no problem. So, like, this is the first turn that they've gone without Kataki on board.
And you could see how their board expanded. Like, quite
yeah. Oh, and they're coming in, I'll be super cool with this, I forgot I was at 5. Okay, so they actually had one more hammer. I completely forgot. I'm like, yeah, they're gonna draw cards like this, who cares?
Yeah, especially when they're tapped out. I mean, they could maybe have a bobble or another mem knight, but I guess that's a pretty good draw for them, but they're not going to be able to search up too much.
No.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
And looping Skyclave with emeria, just, jeez, forget about it.
Alright, now all the hammers are gone. I swear. So we do our little tricks, I think I play... Yeah. So I figured I tapped under Solitude, so I might as well just use like Ghost Quarter and Kami and stuff, and just play out some things. Yeah, there we go. And we got a concession from the opponent.
Alright. Love to see it.
It only took them 40 minutes to realize that they can't win.
Yeah. I mean, in their defense, they probably don't play against Martyr a lot, and the opponent's deck is definitely one of the best in the game right now. I noticed that typically I have a Hammer Time by Darth Kid up on Goldfish. I noticed that there's really not a lot of graveyard hate outside of the Soul Guide Lantern, and I'm not sure if many decks are doing that. This person is playing like the Hangerback Walker tech. They also have like all the prismatic endings after sideboard as well, maybe 3 or 4. So I think that by just going like removal, that's actually like a really good way to grind through it, because they can't really fight the engine too hard. I mean, they have to get kind of lucky to get the lantern. Now they had the Ingenious Smith, right? That's like a ponder off the top pretty much for artifacts. But I think that, that's actually something that we can exploit. Now maybe they'll play more graveyard hate, maybe, Dredge comes back, or like Living End, that's another pretty popular graveyard deck. But I think that that's like a pretty clear kind of hole in the matchup before.
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. And I think sometimes they try too hard to kill you. So they'll use their Urza Sagas and they'll find hammers and equip their hammers and then get blown out by like a Path to Exile, at least in this matchup. But if they just found the Soul Guide Lantern and held me down and then found a better window, I think they could really put pressure on, and they don't really have to play to the board if they just try to use Urza's Saga to make constructs and stuff, so they can fight through removal and then dump their hand after I've spent all my removal. If things go well for them, like they can do that. They don't often get to do that.
Well, and one other thing to sing the sky praises of the Skyclave apparition. One more thing that I really like about it here is we can see that they had multiple Esper Sentinels, and usually that card is such a pain because it draws them 1, 2, however many cards. I like how on Magic Online it says, would you like to pay 20 mana to ignore this effect? No, thank you.
Yeah.
But
not today, thanks.
Not today, but I like how Skyclave kind of sneaks under the Esper Sentinel effect, and I think that that's like another like pretty important aspect of it. So I would definitely look to at least have, like extra skyclave effects to maybe bring in. That could be like a really useful sideboard tool for this matchup and maybe others.
Definitely. And the fact that it can also tag the equipment, it can tag pretty much whatever you want, except for tokens. It's like great utility.
Right.
I can hit a Sigarda's aid if they don't have any equipments out yet, like great utility. Just a little slow. So you could accidentally die when you're playing one. You don't want that.
Yeah, if you die, you would have died on purpose.
Right. Alright. Alright. Here we go.
Now, I want to see how quick you can guess what your opponent is playing.
Alright.
Now, they reveal Aluris, right?
Yeah. So at this point, I don't know what they're playing, but I think I know on their first land.
And that's huge, just being able to quickly suss out the situation.
Exactly. Be able to quickly identify. Yeah, it's a basic forest. So, and then ancient stirrings. So I know it's hardened scales. Because they're playing Luris, it's not Tron or anything. And Tron would never keep a basic forest hand anyways. So they revealed Urza's Saga. So I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. I got this Field of Ruin here for their Urza's Saga. Like, we're in good shape. I Ghost Quarter the flagstones right away, just to get out my Squadron Hawk with Mistveil backup. I like doing that. I also don't want to draw more lands.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Maybe a little bit mana heavy.
Yeah.
And the earlier you get Mistveil plus Hawk, like, yeah, the easier it is to go from there.
Absolutely.
So I notice you're playing like pretty fast, and it looks like the opponent is as well.
Yeah, opponent's not playing too slow at all. So I know Arcbound Ravagers. If I'm not careful, my opponent could just like go off and end me like by accident, if they have multiple.
Right.
So I'm wary of the Arcbound, and I don't think I attack with the Squadron Hawk here. Now,
seems like a good call. Yeah.
Now, also, last turn, when I got the Squadron Hawks, I only got 2 of them to go up to 7. If I had, like, a Thraben Inspector in my hand, I would have gotten all 3, gone up to 8, and then just discarded the Inspector to hand size. Because then I'm just playing the Abiding Grace on turn 3, so I'm going to get it back. It's like... It's almost another way of drawing a card.
That almost draws you another card.
Yes. It's very important.
So what we're seeing here is kind of like a slow finity, or like this is like their slower draw, which is good news because they have some absolutely busted draws here.
They do.
And you love to see Ranger Captain pretty much anytime after you can cast it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing here that like one of the big targets would be either Martyr or Kami. Maybe you can tell me a little bit more about what you would get if you were to cast a Ranger in this situation.
In this scenario, I would go get Martyr. And the reason why is because Kami doesn't protect you from if my opponent goes next turn, like Hardened Scales, Ozolith, Walking Ballista. Because then they could just I'm just dead. I would be dead anyways. And there was definitely an argument for holding up Path to Exile. Just in case they try to dump counters onto a Walking Ballista. Yes, so now I'm kind of like, I'm feeling the pinch. I'm a little worried. If they just start attacking here, they can really do some damage. So I toss a Hawk under the bus. I don't want to take any extra damage that would put me closer to... like death range with a ballista.
Yeah, and you kind of ended up trading with their Arcbound Worker, which is kind of nice as well. It's like a small gain, but
exactly
pretty good.
Yeah. No,
So we
exactly.
see Ranger on the following turn here.
Yeah. I can't remember what I got. I might have just gotten Kami. Yeah, okay. So looking back on it, I definitely think I should have gotten um, Martyr Sands. But I think because they've played out a few more cards, or they're lower on cards in hand, I got the Kami. Um, because I didn't really expect Ballista, although I definitely should have been kind of playing around it. Arcbound
Yeah.
Ravagers, like being able to sack each other and move the counters around, it's really gross. I'm not good at the math, you know?
Yeah, it adds up to a lot of damage quickly. Um, you know, old Affinity used to do it. Luckily, what they don't have is they don't have scales, so they can't go absolutely nuts.
Yes.
Another trick is Hangerback Walker, which begats more sacrifice fodder, which just gets bigger and bigger.
Oh
So
yeah.
here's the Ballista, and that's like the first real threat.
Yeah.
Like nice arc bounds, don't care. Um, but now suddenly, yeah, this Ballista is looking a little scary.
Yeah. Uh, so I think that my opponent should have put Luris into their hand this turn, but they're holding up mana for Hangerback. I'm just going to path the Walking Ballista end of turn. I know that they can kind of dump into it if they want to, but it won't kill me, just because I haven't seen the scales. Um, Scales with
Yeah,
the Hangerback, you're absolutely right. Hangerback is just like this kind of board should be terrifying to anyone with the hardened scales on it.
yeah. It starts with your scales, which scales up the creatures, and then the Ozolith really does another. They have so many ways of like adding +1 and +1, and then eventually doubling down to where they have an 18/18 ballista. So you gotta always block ballista, and I really like just cleaning it up off the board like as soon as possible.
Yeah, yeah,
This was like
definitely.
a really good window for that. And they're
Fully
not
agree.
really able to take advantage of the arcbound. Like a 3/3 arcbound worker, fine. Like arcbound ravager, excuse me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then there's the solitude. Like
that's a really good draw. Yeah,
so I'm looking at their pathways and my field of ruin, and I think I should have played field of ruin there and hit one of the pathways because I don't think they run any basic planes. And if they draw a land next turn, they can just go like land Luris, like. And them having an active Luris would be bad because they can just keep rebuying like Ravagers, Workers, Ballistas, and put like a ton of counters on. Thankfully, I drew the Solitude, but
yeah. Solitude, very good draw there. That's almost exactly what you were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and this is another one of these flashpoints of the 6 mana. As we can see, you have all 6, but this is a situation where you draw winds, you get to slam it, and then just start to kind of turn the door a little bit.
Exactly.
Turn the door handle, make the turn. I don't. You get to actually start attacking and not just sitting around.
Exactly. Yeah. Attacking would be nice.
Yeah, and luckily, still up +3 minutes on clock.
Oh yeah, easy. I don't
Yeah,
think
I don't
I've.
think.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't think I've found another person who's played as fast as I do. I mean, granted, I don't have to make as many decisions on my opponent's turns, so I can just kind of like breeze through and watch what they're doing. But I do play very quick.
Yeah, I think that also just interestingly, the scales deck doesn't really demand a lot of you, or doesn't like they're not playing counterspell, So
Yeah,
there's nothing really to kind of navigate there.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So one of the other decks that I play online a lot is Scape Shift. You play lands and then you mash 6. Now I've noticed that like with this deck, you kind of can't really turn on yields. There's no shortcutting Um, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I agree. You tend not to want to use your yields. Um,
And here they go buying back ballista, of course,
of course.
which is absolutely the correct play by the opponent.
Absolutely. Which makes it difficult for me because I need to get rid of this Luris because they can just keep rebuying the walking ballista. So I can't use the solitude to hit the ballista, I have to.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That said, Luris is still a high value target. They only get one, and now it's gone. So
Definitely.
see you later.
Yeah. I do. Oh, yeah. And then I drew the other solitude. So it's like, alright. I'm pretty sure I just solitude it now, even. Although I could be wrong. I might wait and see if they try to put any counters on it or anything. And I'm just sitting here on Abiding Grace, gaining a little bit of life each turn in small chunks.
You really like to let the opponent do the thing and then react to them.
Yeah.
So, speaking of, here's the ultimate. I would get rid of walking ballista.
Yeah. I see it coming. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, and the alseid is just that's probably, I think, one of their biggest sort of threats with their other threats. It just repeatedly doubles their counters. It's this storehouse for their +1 counters for their modular, and that card really lets them go off. No scales needed.
No scales needed. No.
And yeah, in this situation, they could just throw stuff under the bus, put all the counters on ballista, and then, yeah. And then Emeria here is an amazing draw.
Yeah. Emeria here feels very good.
I'm wondering, do we have any hawks in the library?
Oh, I think we do.
I think there's one. Yeah.
I was very surprised.
I sometimes lose track, yeah.
So what I'm doing here is a little silly, but I'm attacking with a solitude, and I'm gonna play my Emeria post-combat. So that they're gonna block it with the hangerback. They're gonna put a counter on the hangerback. I'm gonna gain 3 life and put my solitude right where I want it to be.
A solo solitude. I feel like Solitude should have had Exalted or something,
Exalted. Oh my gosh.
So a nice little bonus here, you get the Kami back. So if they are planning on attacking, that's just not gonna happen.
Yeah.
What they do have lined up here, I'm thinking about the opponent's best plays. And Zabaz is a very powerful card. It's not going to do much here. What they have lined up is that they could essentially make a ton of attackers, make a really huge Ravager, which they can then throw the counters onto whatever. So you always got to watch out for that.
Yeah.
So what are you putting back here?
Path to Exile.
Yeah.
I figured I'll put
not?
my non-creature spells in the back in the library. So
Alright, so you eat an Arcbound Ravager here.
Yeah.
And not the Hangback?
Correct, yeah. I think I whittle away the Arcbound Ravagers first, and then I hit the hangerback. And I'm looking to see, what can this even do? Is this even good? Yeah.
And I think the opponent just is caught in the do you or don't you, but they don't realize that it's a very costly mistake.
Yeah.
They're gonna get caught in the loop. So they must not have seen that at that moment.
Right. And now I've drawn a Martyr. So at this point, I can start gaining more life per turn. Because I'm not using Abiding Grace for my Kami of False Hope. I'm just sitting there with it. So it's nice to have something else to do with it.
Yeah, and There's a handful of decks that can attack you from, let's say, plus 32 life, but there's not that many of them. I find like Titan can sometimes do it in concert with other spells. Prowess with a certain draw can do it, but an affinity style deck, maybe with scales they could approach 10s to 20s of damage a turn, but it's really not that much. They tend to get you for exactsies.
Yeah. I do think, though, with scales in the right draw, if they had drawn a ballista there and made a big ballista, they could have gone off with the Arcbound Ravager, and they really could have done a lot to me. I wonder if they could have killed me. Like, because they would have a hanger back with like 10 counters. Oh my gosh. Like,
Yeah, and now we see the very thing that was happening, which is what we were seeing that they were lining up. When you get Arcbound Ravager and a hanger back or a ballista, what you end up with is way too many counters, way too many creatures. It's a pretty cool synergy for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
And
Completely.
now they're kind of just dumping everything under the bus. And then look at what the Ozolith ends up doing on there. I believe it's during their attack phase.
Beginning of combat. Yes.
It's the beginning of combat. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like, if they had drawn a ballista, they could make a 10-10 hanger back, sacrifice that, put 10 counters on the Ozolith, and then sack 10 things to their Ravager, sack the Ravager, and I guess I'm not dead if they had top decked the ballista. But, I wasn't feeling very comfortable either. Alright, so my opponent finally learned. Don't block it.
When you're like at a healthy life total and you reveal a martyr to another martyr, and then the opponent I just imagine them just like slumping in their seat, like, oh man.
Yeah, just getting stressed out.
And I mean, listen, if you are one of my opponents, don't listen to me right now. But a lot of folks should concede. How what's your plan on beating 18 plus life a turn plus a spore frog and removal?
Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna be able to beat that.
No. No, I don't think so. So I'm putting Field of Ruin on the bottom, because I see all their pathways. I know they're pretty much out of basics. Like... Okay. I'm not sure why, but I put a stop in their upkeep. I think I wanted to, like, use it. And then I drew a thraben for turn. Yeah.
Yeah, I have an upkeep stop as well, and it's because of Ranger Captain.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're dealing with some of our disenchants that we like to have. Brad, I know you kind of like pioneered the Forsake the Worldly, sort of more for Heliod, but like, man, there are an awful lot of hate permanents and hate spells that you have here.
Yes.
I see you kind of waffling about Hex Parasite. Is it good in this matchup?
Right.
Being able to suck hunters off of something. What do you think?
Like, is it good? Is it worth it? I kind of think it is, but I'm not sure I do bring it in. I'm waffling. I'm like, oh, what do I do? What do I do?
Yeah. So in a lot of these like lower to the ground matchups, I do find that like Ranger Vios, you're just not gonna have the time. I mean, great spell. It's a lot of card advantage, but it's a beefy one, and all that for a 3/2. It's just, it doesn't do well in combat.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
So this is a really strong hand,
Yeah.
because Kataki just is rude.
Yeah.
Against these unpacked strategies. Interesting sideboard from the opponent.
I saw that and I was like, oh, okay, like, sure, like, I'll deal with that later with all the skyclaves I brought in as a catch-all, like.
Nice, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Also hits Leyland the Void.
Yep.
So it's Llanowar Reborn, and it has Graft on it.
Yeah.
And I believe they could have put a counter on your Thraben Inspector.
That's right, if they wanted it to.
Good to know.
They
Opponent
should
was
have.
not feeling very generous. So yeah, this is the kind of draw that's a little scarier. You can see them kind of doing things in the reverse order, playing out the Ozolith first, whereas before they went arc-bound, hanger back.
Yeah. So, what I'm doing here is I want to kind of catch them with their pants down.
Right.
I don't want to play out the Kataki just yet. I want them to play more things out that they have to pay mana for. And I also really want to crack my clue. The more you'll learn about me is I'm cracking that clue, you know?
So Martyr here is a pretty good draw, actually, just to kind of insulate you from some of the scarier stuff. So now that there's a few valuable pieces of machinery out there, you figure, let's go ahead and run out this Kataki and play a tap land.
Exactly.
I like that sequence a lot.
You'll also notice that I was on the draw, so they missed a land drop.
Right.
So, like...
I think they are a little... They play as little as 16 or 17 lands, and maybe as many as 20, but it's not nearly as many as, Martyr Grace plays, or any other...
Yep. I think I'm on 24 right now, which is a good number. It feels balanced. It feels like I draw the lands I need, and I don't flood out much.
Yeah, I'll play anywhere from 23 to 25, and then I've played Thurist builds which have about 18 or 20, but again that's a pretty low curve usually.
Yeah, that is quite low for Martyr. I have played one with 20 lands, which was nuts.
But we can see that like so much of it is like hitting that third mana on schedule, and then getting to that key flashpoint of 6 mana so that you can just unload that wins. I think that's the difference between a loss and a win a lot of times.
Yeah, I agree. You sometimes need to hit that land. There have been moments where I'll be on 5 lands and I don't have any in hand, and I'll path one of my own creatures because it's what I have to do in order to overload wins. Otherwise, I'll lose.
Yep.
So sometimes you just have to do it.
Yeah, it always feels really, really tough when you gotta like path a Squadron Hawk. I try to avoid that, or I'll even path a Martyr. But yeah, getting lands is clutch.
Yeah. I almost...
So there's Hardened Scales.
Yeah.
Jackpot.
Like, here we go. Oh, they are attacking. I'm like, huh? I think I'm just gonna path it, like...
Yeah, let's not leave them with much.
So I don't believe that... Yeah, Hardened Scales is only creatures, so the Ozolith doesn't get extra counters, but if the Ozolith puts counters on a creature, they'll get extra. And then look at that, right on time.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's a great draw.
Oh yeah. Fantastic draw. And they gotta pay for the Ozolith, and... we just get to play the tempo game now.
It's so funny because it seems like you've kind of run the Inkmoth Nexus gamut here, Like, what's next? Infect? Titan?
Yeah. Like every Inkmoth Nexus deck in existence.
So, just as a comment, it looks like they are on a quartet of forests in this deck, but that's like kind of on the low side. Modern decks tend to play like, they'll play as many as like 6, 7, 8 basics, but then a lot of these decks will play fewer than 3, maybe like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to just disrupt their mana.
Yeah.
But however, you were right, they tend to not play basic planes. And why would they? They're basically kind of like a colorless splash green deck. But I guess the white is kind of nice for maybe prismatic ending, or there's Dispatch, which is like the Metalcraft Path. It's a pretty powerful card.
Yep. I don't know why I waited on the path. I think I wait till they I'm holding the path in order to cast it when they target something with the ozolith, so they can't do anything too weird. I should have got Hex Parasite there, to be honest. I shouldn't have got thraben inspector.
But you just can't resist it for its own.
I know. You see, did you catch me in the corner there? I typed very briefly in the chat like Hex Parasite. Whoops. It's like I knew what I needed. Because Hex Parasite against Hardened Scales, if they don't have a walking ballista, you just get to eat everything they own. Like, all their creatures just die. They fall apart. It's so easy.
So notably, there's been, 2 paths, 2 solitudes, a kataki off of the top. So there's really been quite a bit of removal.
I built my deck here, like that.
Yeah, right? And so here, you wait until exactly the moment that they try to go off with the ozolith, and then you deny it with a path to exile.
Exactly. And so they Nature's Claim their own hangerback.
I guess they must have really not wanted a basic forest. Jeez. But that's another thing. If you're looking to fight against Affinity, our own ley lines, or more classically, Rest in Peace has been technology for when Hardened Scales was a pretty big force. That's because Modular says that when it goes to the graveyard, it does whatever it does.
Yep.
So it's just interesting to see that they are kind of on a sort of suite of anti-graveyard cards. I'm not too surprised it's Leyline of the Void here, but you think maybe they might have an artifact. They are an artifact deck, but interesting choice from the opponent here.
Yeah. So my opponent had the... Sorry?
I was going to say, it looks like that actually is pretty stock. A couple of Nature's Claims and Leylines in the sideboard of these Hardened Scales decks. So
yeah, it kind of feels that way. I have used Rest in Peace against Hardened Scales in the past. I think it's quite good. I think it's a little bit underexplored, personally. I don't think as many people were aware of it when Hardened Scales was big.
Yeah, and you do see its resurgence because, at the end of the day, this is an Urza Saga format. This is an Urza Saga deck, and I think that it's an interesting way. But I don't know that we're ever going to see the numbers of scales that we did kind of in the past when it was first blowing up and it was a big deck. But maybe I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's as good as it was with Opal.
Exactly.
So I drew another Solitude here, which is funny. I just have all the Solitudes. I think they're so good.
Now, how do you have a group of Solitudes? It doesn't make any sense.
I want to be alone. Great, I'll come with you.
So Zabaz has, it can destroy an artifact you control, and then it can gain flying. Is that its other ability?
That's correct.
Let me see here. Yeah. It's 1 white to give it flying.
Yeah, which I think I forgot about. I was like, oh yeah.
That is a fully evolved cocooner right there.
Yeah. But, and there's a path, Well,
I think that, just with blockers and with the Solitudes, you just race them.
Oh.
So I don't think the opponent really considered that.
Right? They're at 1, I'm definitely racing them.
Yeah.
Considering I gained 6 with my attack.
opponent knows they're licked. Easy.
E- Easy game.
That was sweet. No, I mean that was an interesting deck. I think that like the level of pure removal and kind of like slow 2-for-1s that you got just dismantled any hopes they had at like really kind of doing the aggro you out thing. And while they I think we benefited greatly there from their opener in game one, it was on the slow side. It had the synergies there, but it just like they were really missing that Ozelot. They were really missing that scales to really go well. So I think like sometimes if you can catch your opponent stumbling and bumbling, you can get just very far ahead. And I guess that's another way to kind of sort of keep ahead on the clock too.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I think that their game one hand was quite strong because they did have the Urza Saga, and if they got to use the Urza Saga to like its full potential with the cards that they had in hand, they would have eventually fetched the Ozolith, and then they would have played the Ballista, had constructs. It would have been really quite good. So I actually think the Field of Ruin was kind of, and then them drawing poorly after that was kind of the breaking point.
Yeah.
But you're right. I also think Scales is one of those decks that like you have to be careful. You have to be careful to dismantle it properly. You have to kind of like remove the right pieces in the right order. Otherwise, they'll just catch you with your pants down and sneak a Ballista in there or something.
Yeah, or even like a sizable hangerback walker. I remember that was very scary. I believe hangerback walker preceded walking Ballista.
It did.
It was like this core set card. Yeah, that had XX. It was like the original XX. Oh, I mean, I guess you could say Chalice of the Void, maybe. But, anyway.
Maybe.
Screw Chalice.
Yeah.
Hangerback is a big. It's a threat, and it's like they can kind of do their own loops with Luris. And I think that deck definitely has a lot of moving pieces. And just machine gunning with Solitudes or with Pats, machine gunning down all of their Arcbound Ravagers was like super key, because that's sort of the Nantuko husk that makes them go into like beast mode. And I guess Sabaz too, to a lesser extent. But the fact that it has the modular, it throws the counters wherever they want, and it's just like a pretty cheap 2-mana threat. It's very efficient. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I appreciate that they also have. It looks like these decks are playing 2 or 3 copies of Ozolith, but they are playing the sagas so that they can go ahead and just fetch it out whenever they need to. So we are really lucky that those strip mines kind of matter, and it's just so funny because it's such like an innocuous little card, the Field of Ruin. But I tell you, being able to tag those Urza Sagas has been really important.
Oh, very important. They really help make the Saga matchups like bearable.
Yeah.
Much easier.
I still hate that card.
Yeah. Damn that card. Alright, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling cool, man. You want to watch one more?
Yeah, this one's a little shorter. I think it's only 26 minutes. a little shorter,
Oh man, that was funny. Yeah, cool.
All right, let's send it. We got Jeskai Murktide. They're the only deck that took a game off of me.
Uh-huh. So this is a deck that I'm constantly pondering, because this is like, I believe, the Jeskai Saga monkey deck or whatever. I believe it's just one of the best decks in the format. They have so much card selection. Their cards are all bonkers. And it seems like they close the door so fast. Like, they make a 10-10 Murktide, and it's like, boom, you're dead.
Yeah.
So,
no,
what I'm saying is that I try to build a deck, I feel like, to have a better matchup against this deck. Possibly to a fault.
to a fault, indeed. Alright, so I keep this hand. It's a little medium, but it's playable. on the draw they didn't reveal a companion, so I'm not expecting to die too quickly. And then they play an island. So, it's like excellent.
So yeah, basic island. Do you put them on a tempo kind of deck? Do you think it's Grixis? Do you think,
I immediately think it's blue-red Murktide.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's what I would
Island.
expect from basic island.
It's a good read.
It just one of the big decks at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Elementals and control, they'll reveal Kahira. Hammer time, you'll get Luris. Rhinos could play basic island first, but I don't expect it much. So Sulphur Falls here is like my first tip off that this is not what this is not a normal build. Sulphur Falls is not normally played in these decks.
It's a little unusual.
Yeah, because I think the blue-red Murktide lists, they usually want fetches and things, and then I see the Glacial Fortress, and I'm like, okay, and we got a Teferi.
Love to see it. Let's slow things down.
Yeah.
For those of the arena players out there, might get that one. Ugh.
I do not get that one. That is for sure.
So on arena, whenever you would play Teferi, he would enter and he'd be like, "Do-do-do-do," and the graphic would come up and he'd be like, let's slow things down here.
Oh.
So in this situation, I would, interesting. I would have tried to get rid of the Teferi. Tell me why you went with the Dragon Channeler.
So I wanted to get rid of their threat, and then I think if they want to bounce my Teferi, or bounce my Skyclave, then I'm totally cool with that, because then I just get to play it again. And the Teferis, I find that I often don't care about Teferi. I find that, he does slow us down a little bit, but it's not like he's turning off our spells or anything. He's just being awkward. Plus, then if they kill my Skyclave as well, they just get a 3/3, and then they have their DRC and a 3/3. So I would die quite quickly. One sec. I think I walked away for a minute. So
Easy game.
Yeah.
Walk away.
Yeah, my cat threw up.
Oh no.
Yeah, she's okay. Opponent was a good sport. Yeah. She tends to overeat, get excited, eat too much, and then throw it up. And it's like, come on.
Oh.
It's like, stop.
Opponent is very sweet. I like to see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you hate to play stuff like Crucible because Teferi just bounces it.
Yeah. I was thinking here, like, it's a little awkward. I don't want to cast Solitude to get rid of the 1/1. Like, who cares?
Yeah, that's not a very high value target.
And
but
I
you
only
don't want to counter spell down. I think a deck like this they usually have a handful of Archmage's Charms and counter spells and using the fortification.
exactly.
So
yeah.
You know.
So
I put them on having another counter spell here in this spot as well.
Yeah, me too. I wanted to wait with the Crucible as well to play it when I could make another land drop, for sure. So I could get my value right away just in case anything happened to it. I'm clearly flooding.
And if the opponent knows what's up, they will counter this. Crucible of Worlds is like this big dopey artifact from like what Fifth Dawn or
yeah, or
like old Mirrodin. Yeah, it's Core Set or whatever. Yeah, but it will remove all of the lands from their deck until they have none.
Exactly.
That's so good play, opponent. It seems like they kind of have a grasp on what's going on.
I remember there was a game that I played. Okay, so they bounced their own Snapcaster too, which is horrible for me.
That's a great play by them.
Oh yeah.
To respect.
Um, there was a game that I played at a GP. I was on blue white mid range, and I had a crucible in my sideboard for the control matchup. And me and my opponent, we spent like 5 turns bouncing and detention spearing and trying to counter Crucible Worlds as I'm as I'm just like playing it and playing it. And like my opponent's
This was a Grand Prix and not a game of EH.
yeah. And I'm just trying to stabilize with a Crucible of Worlds in play. And eventually I just get to take them off of white mana and just get in there, and it was like a 40-minute game too, and that I won.
Oh,
You know, like
that's awesome.
yeah. Unfortunately, we drew in game 3, so you know.
Oh, there was a game 3. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, that usually happens. So this is a typical pattern of them just snap countering, just over and over again, and it's part of their engine, whether it's taking to fairy or snapcaster along with like cryptic command, as we used to see a lot more. They just have a lot of ways to just continually draw cards and get card advantage. And we see they don't even bother with a counter spell. They just use the draw 2 off of Archmage's Charm.
Yeah. Which kind of tells me, oh yeah, they used it twice.
They used another one. I was gonna say this is the spot where when I play control, I try to go removal, present a small clock, slam big to fair.
Yeah.
That's what I would expect, and it's looking really not good.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
It's looking horrible.
So walk me through some like good draws from this point in the game. Obviously we're getting low on life. What are we looking to see here?
At this point, I think I want to wins off the top because I need to clear the board now. And if I do have wins off the top, then I can Ghost Quarter my own Ghost Quarter, get my 7th Plains for Emeria. And they only have 1 mana open. So, like, Abiding Grace isn't going to do it. Because I don't even have any 1-drops in the graveyard. There was the turn previous where I knew they had picked up the Snapcaster and I played the Ranger Captain anyway. I did that because I didn't want them to just run out the snap and bolt me. I was hoping that, like, if the snap counterspelled, I would have another turn based on their clock. So I was just trying to draw it out and get to, like, Emeria lands.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, currently if they attack, I go to 1, but, it's probably not going to end up that way. They're probably going to end up on Delirium.
These modern decks are so good at getting delirious. It's really, really insane.
Yeah. So at this point, I don't think there is anything I can draw. I will be using Ghost Quarter. I actually think they have the Bolt, and they're just slow rolling me, to be honest. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure they're just slow rolling me. Like, they probably want to see what I have, what I'm going to draw. It was probably supposed to be Ranger Captain there.
Yeah. But I think getting the Murktide off is important. Moving flying blockers. And yeah, we can see the opponent just ripping cards off the top.
Yeah.
That's what this deck does. Every card they've played has been a solid one for one that's put them ahead, and then all the others have been draw cards.
Yeah.
I think our first Teferi was a draw card. They've cast 2 Archmage's Charms. Yeah. Not only do you go down in card quantity, their card quality is just, it's like Blue Jund. So you go to 2 here, and you hope to fade a removal spell or something.
Exactly. So like I was thinking like if they have a bolt, then it doesn't matter. Oh, I think I just conceded. Oh, right, because they gave their creature surveil. Sorry, delirium.
Yeah. Delirium. Yep.
So it just goes over.
Yeah. So fateful absence, kill a Teferi, kill a Jace, kill something. Right?
Exactly.
So you're waffling about Wheel of Sun and Moon. Is this something you typically do against Snapcaster-based control decks?
Sometimes. It's kind of hard to say. I think my boarding for this deck was a little weird because I know that they're controlling, so I'm not sure like how I want to play it. I'm like, is Kami good? Is alseid good? Is Wheel good? Skyclave good? I don't know.
In this situation, I might even try to bring in the sanctifiers. I think that you do need to go through some method to manage the graveyards. And I see you did that with Wheel of Sun and Moon, but that might be an extra piece. Obviously, an early Sun and Moon, curse the opponent. It's pretty good here. Now, you can curse yourself, too, to just forever Kami, but I think that that's a strong play.
I think why I didn't bring them in is because the only red card other than Snapcaster that I saw was other than DRC that I saw was Lightning Bolt. So like Sanctifier wouldn't really do anything.
It might not. That is very fair. You tend to see sort of just an amalgamation of like good red cards and what have you. And there's Prismatic Ending showing up to ruin the party.
Exactly.
I'm hearing this more and more, but like nothing's safe. Prismatic Ending, target whatever. I don't know. Card's very good.
Right.
Have you thought about Prismatic Ending in Martyr?
No, I have not.
Obviously, that would mean like some sort of triome business or maybe a splash color.
And I don't care for it.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny that they brought in Alpine Moon. And also, the reason why I played the Kami and the Squad Hawk out was because if they played Teferi, and they wouldn't just be able to bounce my creature and maintain the board presence,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of a weird sequence from the opponent, and it leaves the door wide open to slam this captain.
Yeah.
Now, this is a control matchup, so just get the thraben.
Oh yeah. Get that card advantage going. Get the little body on the board. Start pecking in with some damage, and make your opponent make the move.
Yeah. This is 5 damage a turn.
It is, which is considerable.
You could kind of accidentally set up these, fairly reasonable clocks. I mean, certainly not an aggressive deck by any means, but I mean, this is certainly an attack, It's not nothing, Brad.
It's not nothing.
Now, I might try to clue here for that land.
I had thought about it.
Yeah.
I think that the reason why I didn't was because if they were to play Teferi, they might want to bounce my clue token. I've seen a few decks do that. When I'm tapped out, they just bounce the clue token. It's so rude.
Yeah. Oh, I hate that. for the people who play Karn.
Yeah. The Karn people. I haven't seen some of those in a long time. It's very nice.
So this is the first, like, big threat here.
Yeah. I think they did
Possibly
this.
second.
I think they did this
there's-
sequence wrong. You know?
Yeah, this looks like a missed sequence by the opponent.
Mm-hmm. They definitely should have gone to Fairy first. Now they get to bounce my clue.
You got it. They were just fighting over the clue all along.
I think so. And now I have my 5th land. I can get the Teferi off the table, and then also present a clock at their face. And I don't have to play anything else out.
And you get the luxury of leaving up Solitude, which is very nice.
Mm-hmm. Solitude, or just like Field of Ruin their red source and crack my clue, you know?
And look at you have to admire how this deck just shreds and shreds and shreds and just like, it builds back its graveyard almost immediately.
Yeah. No, I definitely do admire it. I can see that they have Counterspell mana up, but I think that Prismatic Ending a Hawk. So
Yeah, that's a pretty questionable move.
I think it was like panic move.
Yeah, it must be because they did not have the counterspell, so they just kind of played that. and yeah, maybe that's a shame conceit. We'll take it.
It might have been.
I don't want to detract from your technically perfect play, Brad, but that definitely seemed like a very quick concession. Either way, I kind of liked it because they were behind. No one's winning this game before 20 minutes. So might as well just back it in. And sometimes we have to do that as well.
Uh-huh. Definitely.
I thought that you kind of hung on until it got to be way too dire in game 1. It's easy to say you should have conceded earlier when sometimes, there's a chance.
Right?
Like, no Teferi Hero Dominaria, so maybe there's a chance.
Maybe there's a chance.
And I really dislike being on the draw, which so often you are in games 3, just because that counter spell is such a pain to sort of bleed through.
Right. What I do like about Thraben and Spectre though is it gets in under counterspell, and then on their turn where they're holding it up, you just get to draw a card and do whatever the hell you want. So you get to use your mana, and they have to pass the turn. Which is, admittedly a weird way of looking at it. But I'm such a Thraben Inspector stan, like... I would die for this card.
I don't know if she would do the same for you. She seems kind of, not like one of the fun types.
A little fickle. So, at this point, I see I've drawn 3 Solitudes and I have plenty of lands. I don't even, I don't even think I cast my Ranger Captain. Okay, I do. I was thinking, I don't even have to do anything, so...
Right, yeah. But, part of it is you do have to eventually bleed them out of counter spells.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think it's important not letting them get too far ahead at the end of turn, as a end of turn Archmage Charm sometimes does.
Yeah, or Memory Deluge as well. I don't think they have it in this deck, but I have seen a few, and they're pretty good.
So I tend to play without Martyrs against control. I don't think that they usually end up mattering too much. I will usually run more EOS than Martyrs in a lot of these post-board games. Like here, it's kind of just a 1-1, you know?
Yeah, I get it. I cut an ascendant, and I didn't cut a martyr, so I might be incentivized to cut a martyr instead. I know that because they're playing large Murktides, though, it's very hard for them to beat Martyr and Abiding Grace. Yeah, so they countered my end of turn Solitude for no real reason. And I just get to dump as much value on the battlefield as I can.
And I think Solitude is a fairly reasonable flash threat, so that's kind of like a nice piece thing here. And what the opponent's going to correctly look to do, I assume, is get rid of a clue token, which is annoying. But at least, you know, it's kind of an interesting trade, because you're going to be able to take down Teferi. And we have plenty of Solitudes for this Dragon Rage channeler, which I have to imagine has to be something that you're thinking about doing here.
I'm not even sure that I am. I think I just attacked Teferi with 2 Inspectors in their face with the Ranger Evios.
Yeah, take 3.
Right? And then I'm pretty sure I just play a Ghost Quarter, and if I'm smart I'll pass, but maybe I just cast a Solitude here.
Someone's thinking about it.
I am. I'm thinking like, and double and triple thinking. Yeah, I don't even cast it.
It does have flash, so you get to be that reactive player if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I tend to... That's a spot where I would probably slam the Solitude.
I think I should have, if I was going to, I should have slammed it pre-combat. Because I made their guy a 3/3 by killing Teferi. So, you know.
Yeah. So here we see double Emeria.
Yeah. With 7 planes.
It's an interesting race. So I don't think that they win the race. And I might have played out the Hope as a flying blocker in this situation.
I think that... Oh, what were you going to say?
I say, of course, there's the cute opponent who will try to steal the Hope of ghirapur from you.
Yeah.
Weird things have happened.
Yep. I've definitely seen someone try to do that as well. So I probably should have let them surveil first, because sometimes they plan their game as if they already have a threat, you know? And then they make that plan, and then you remove the threat, and they're like, ah, crap, I would have chosen something else.
Oh, no, okay. Yeah. I would have put this opt in the graveyard, or I do need this counter spell now.
Exactly. Yeah. Teferi, who cares? Go ahead.
Would you like to make me pick up my Solitude opponent?
Yeah. You know what's funny is I think they actually do.
It's the biggest threat, so there is that.
Yeah, they do.
But that must have been a misclick. Like
well,
I don't know what
it's a very awkward threat when Teferi is on the board, but
right.
Teferi's not going to be on the board for much longer, so you know. Okay.
All right.
No.
So that was an interesting way of. It just seemed like they were kind of playing on the back foot, trying to get ahead with these Teferis. And I think maybe if they start to tick up and tick up and tick up and then bounce, you know, that's maybe a more productive use of their Teferi. But it just, yeah. What mistakes do you think that they made, or what was like maybe like a turning point for you when you started to feel a little more assured that you were gonna like win this game? Like, when was that?
Oh, okay. So the exact moment that was in this game was when they countered my end of turn Solitude.
I'm sorry. I thought you were gonna go when I played turn 1 thraben.
Yeah. So when they that is funny because as soon as I'm riding a thraben from turn 1 and like controlling the game, I'm winning. But it was this moment here when they countered the solitude instead of,
Right.
let's say, just like using a bolt on it if they had one. And then I just got to play Ranger 2 Inspectors. At this point in the game, I know I've won.
It's like you cast a tidings, and I believe they even negate a clue token, or they deny you a clue at one point, but it just doesn't matter because you're just far ahead. And how'd you end up killing them? 3 damage at a time with Ranger of Eos. So
yeah.
yeah. It was this window that they kind of left open that you were able to sneak right under there. So that's pretty important. So maybe if they end up letting your solitude resolve and then hold up some more bullshit and then maybe play Teferi and draw stuff, do you think that that's maybe more of a longer protracted out game? Do you think that your chances are maybe less good after that happens?
So
because I definitely like it for sure.
I think if they let the solitude resolve, they're in a much better spot because they can counter my Ranger of Eos. I can't find my thraben inspectors, so they just get the free counter there. They take their 3.
Yeah.
Next turn, they just get to play the Teferi, and then they get to bounce my solitude. And I have to play again this 5 mana threat out at sorcery speed. And I think that they close their window quite abruptly. I think that they could have done that. I think this game was mine, though, because I have 3 solitudes here. They don't have too many big threats, so if they play out a Murktide and they don't have the follow-up counterspell as well, I just get to eat the Murktide, So they have to fight through 3 solitudes in order to take this game from my hands. And they could. They definitely could. I think game 1, they did a really good job of just kind of tempoing me out and having the answer every turn. They definitely could. I also...
Yeah, but here, from this point too, they kind of had to slowly try to play mostly sorcery speed stuff to try to get back into the game, and it just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a chance here from this board state that they can start to hope to race you with a Dragon's Channeler. Now, mind you, right, the opponent doesn't know that you're sitting on a pile of solitudes. But I feel like this is a very losable. I think I've lost from a very similar board state. Maybe like this plus Ragavan, or they throw a Murktide onto this, and then they have the counter spell. Then you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Luckily, they had to down kind of low here, and I think they prismatic endinged a squadron hawk.
Yeah, they did.
That's highly questionable. That was somewhere a ways back, but you could easily save that for, I don't know, anything.
That was game 2,
Yeah.
Just...
I just think that's a weird play. It must have been a misclick. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Right.
A little close.
Looks pretty deliberate, I think they told me, I'm not going to respect solitude. And I was like, all right, you don't have to, but it's coming.
Yeah, I think that they were either signaling that, and I think that they were. I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
But I think that this was them. This is them being caught with their pants down. But what they should have done was represent the counterspell. So then you're like, okay, now I have to sack Ranger. Now I have to attack first. Now blah blah blah, all this stuff. And instead they just tap down low. So yeah, I
Yep.
mean, and way to recognize that. I mean, here the board state is such that you're clearly ahead, but you did the good play of leaving open the clue token mana just in case, and that enables you to then freely solitude without having to pitch a hawk or anything like that. But clearly you were in a good spot over here, and I think that prismatic ending there from on the hawk is like, you know what it is? It's so that they can surveil, and ultimately don't think it was worth that, because I think that they need to save such a high value card as prismatic ending for something else.
Yeah.
So either way, that's good shit. And sometimes it's all about just capitalizing on these mistakes that the opponent makes. I mean, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not just that, but boy, they sure make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah. I think if they did not cast the ending here and they left up like represented counterspell mana, I wouldn't have cast the Solitude. I would have Field of Ruin them off of red mana, and then I would have cracked my clue, and I just would have kind of gone on with my day, you know? And I would just attack with my Ranger Captain. They would have no red mana, but they'd have 3 open lands, and I would just attack, and I might play out another Squadron Hawk. I might not. I might have just passed. Can't remember what was on top. I think they just conceded after they did this, didn't they?
They might have conceded, I think, a turn cycle later.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, not even, like a second later.
I didn't even get to see what I was drawing.
Well, and I think that's the thing, too, is that at the end of the day, you're looking at a deck that has, 10, 12 threats, you know? I think it's like the monkey, the channeler, Murktide, 4/4/4. You can kind of grind that out, you know?
You absolutely can. You know, and then, of course, you have to count the removal counter.
The fateful absence here was really important as well for dealing with that first Murktide. Being instant speed, being fairly flexible, and they ended up getting the card back, but they lost the match. And I think that's I don't know. I will say that I did not appreciate how good Fateful Absence is at filling that role, but it's another flexible card, and having that extra removal spell here really kind of faced it, you know? Because you were able to take care of Murktide, and then just kept ripping removal spells, which is, I guess, the key here. You know, you just gotta rip them.
Exactly. And when half my deck is removal spells, I can do whatever I want. You know, that's basically how I play this game.
Man, awesome. That's terrific, dude.
Fateful Absence. It's kind of like, it's a good card, but it comes with a cost.
Yeah.
So I remember I was trying it in the main deck a while ago, and it didn't quite do what I wanted it to, and in fact was not good in some scenarios. So I think it comes in specific scenarios, definitely.
Yeah, if you compare to something like, I'm looking it up right now because I need to remember the rules, but it's Declaration in Stone. It has an investigate clause, which is exile target creature and all creatures its controller controls with the same name, and then they investigate for each creature. So this is actually a bit of an upgrade. Deck in Stone is 1 and a white. It's a sorcery from Innistrad 2, and here we have Innistrad 3. It's kind of the same card, but with a little bit, I don't know. It's just got that little bit of extra flexibility. Clearly we have it here for Teferi. It's nice that it can mop things up too if a stray Murktide or a monkey starts getting in the way there. But I think it's pretty good, especially when you compare it to Disenchant, which is a fairly basic comparison. I think in most cases you would want Fateful Absence over Disenchant, despite the fact that it does give your opponent that clue token.
Yeah.
And I think that when you break down these decks, what you'll see is that there's something like maybe I don't even know how many planeswalkers they play, maybe let's say like 7. I mean, none of these decks are playing in our set, and that doesn't matter versus our deck. Could be a good mirror breaker. I don't know. It's not my deck, but it's just an interesting thing to think about. But the point is that the more removal spells and the more answers that you play, they're gonna run out of questions, and I think that I wish I knew this person's build, because that's another thing too, is a lot of these Jeskai decks are kind of like divergent, so there's weird shifting numbers, and I think you're dead on with these glacial fortresses and sulfur falls being sort of indicative of like a slightly more maybe off the beaten path, which is cool, because you gotta respect people doing like different things. But I think Fateful Absence could have a place in like the main deck, because I've thought a lot about that, and I think that like for me it comes down to Winds of Abandon being nuts, being exactly what we want almost off the top, in every time. A card like Deck and Stone or Blessed Alliance. Now Blessed Alliance, you can kind of kick it, right?
Yeah.
And it has like a slightly bigger effect. I like that it is a sacrifice effect, so that's useful too. But it kind of fails the test of like what if there's a Teferi in play? Well, that card doesn't do shit. It maybe undo things and you gain some life.
Yeah.
And then we're with Fateful Absence, which I think compares very favorably to either of those cards that I was talking about.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I like it better, almost as like a surgical answer to big must deal with threats. So like your opponent will be like countering big Murktide, and you're like, okay, I have Skyclave Apparition, I can't answer this, but you can quickly fire off a Fateful Absence, just get rid of it.
Oh, and it's a Doomblade.
Same as Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. You especially need to catch it before those lands on tap, and before they have Force of Negation active, so it being instant speed is like the best part of this spell. You really need to cash it in right away, like when you need it. And I do think it's great. But it's best against decks that are threat light, I would say. Because they can draw another card, but it's not necessarily going to be another threat,
Yeah.
Whereas if it's like mono red, they have another threat lined up right behind that first one, and you're just gonna draw them into their third threat, so it's a little more awkward.
And if we examine this deck, right, we're talking about a deck that plays probably 4 Murktide, 4 Dragon Rage Channelers.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see Ragavan, but do you suppose that they have them? Maybe that could be the fact that it's like, $500 for a set of Ragavan. Maybe they didn't want to include that.
Yeah.
Also, it does kind of conflict with Snapcasters, because on turns when you could be dashing Ragavan plus X, that's the same turn that you could, on the next half turn cycle, play Snap and then opt. Snap, consider, Snap, Bolt, Snap, counterspell, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's roughly, I would say, that fits in the 10 to 12 creature threats. And then, I don't know if Little Teferi is a threat, but it certainly is threatening, and it makes things awkward. Big Teferi and Jace, that's probably in the 4 number. So altogether, I'd say we call that about 14, maybe 16 spells that actually do anything besides stop us from doing anything.
Yeah.
And you can kind of, weave your way around and deal with those with a card. Maybe it's Fateful Absence in the case of Teferi. It almost certainly is. And I think you can kind of really pick them apart. So I think that just being maybe oversaturated almost with a sort of plethora of sort of flexible removal spells is kind of what we need to be focusing on. Back in the day, you had one Oblivion Ring and you had one Banishing Light, which was the other Oblivion Ring, and that's all you had. And then I remember the Amonkhet one, the one with Flash cast out. That was oh man, that was the big thing. Okay, now you can catch a Chandra or something end of turn, or mid combat, just delete a creature, or something in equipment, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
And so yeah, flash forward, now we have all of these really great options. So speaking of like just removal cards, like so forsake the worldly. Is its time past? Maybe you can like take me back to when you like discovered that card, because I'll credit you with the person who kind of started bringing that card, to the fold. I never saw it, to be honest.
I do think it was me, and it was the very first time I queued up against Griefblade, and they just whipped a Cauldron out on me, and I was like, all right, like what the hell? And I'm exiling their creatures. I like Skyclave Apparition, their Stoneforge, Path their thing, like Path their Germ, Solitude their other thing, and then in the late game, I'm low on resources because they've done the Grief and the Solitude things. They just start equipping creatures off the top of their library with Cauldron, and I'm sitting there like, oh my god, like I can't, I can like chump this and I take like 4 a turn, and like I can't kill this thing. So I could never focus on making my own game plan, and I would often just lose to this Cauldron because eventually they toss like a sort of fire and ice on there, and it's like, all right, well, a good game.
Yeah, a big germ.
Yeah.
So I was under the impression that Forsake the Worldly was anti-Heliod technology, but it actually came about from Cauldron.
Yeah,
okay.
It did.
Notably, I would say one of the decks of the year, of the early part of the year, before all this Modern Horizons 2, way before Solitude and Ragavan and all those Mirth types and shit, like, Heliod Company was like one of the best decks. So
irritating.
It was just fast. It was like just recklessly consistent. I don't even know how to. It was just like an insane collected company deck. There's so few decks that can like Coco and then boom have the combo,
Yeah.
And so I was thinking that's what Forsake was for. Like, gotta get this Heliod.
No,
theoretically, but also theoretically it's slow against.
Exactly. When Heliod was big, I actually just played straight up 2 copies of Deicide in my sideboard.
Yeah.
I was like, get out of here, It also hits enchantments, so it might have been relevant in like against Blood Moon or something. But straight up, I was playing against so much Heliod, and it's such a bad matchup that you really just needed a Deicide. And nothing feels better than the Heliod player just conceding the game when you Deicide them on like turn 2.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's Deicide. It's exile enchantment, and then if it's a god, you can surgical it. Bit of a heavy-handed card. I believe that's either Journey to Nyx or one of the gods. It's from around the time of Ramaz.
Yeah.
So that's how you know it was a real banger of a card.
Exactly.
But, I think it's interesting that there's that, and then now there's like a blue uncommon that's one of the blue Test of Talents.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the same thing. It's any sorcery or instant. So
yeah.
Maybe we have options like that.
So
I don't know, building one with a surgical, because that was a plan in a different metagame, and is often referred to when people are trying to maybe beat like non-basic lands, or to beat certain planeswalkers. Okay, well, just attack it and then surgical it, right? Easier said than done.
Yeah, much easier.
Deicide.
Back to Forsake the Worldly, though. I still play it because it's still pretty good. I bring it in against Control because I do expect a Rest in Peace. But then if my Control opponent isn't tossing down like a Rest in Peace or anything like that, I'll just cycle it. I have so many turns where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna crack this clue. It's really just the same thing. So the 2 mana cycle, like it's not even that bad.
Would you consider playing a copy or two or more in the main board, or do you believe that the space is tight? Do you believe that like Path to Exile is sort of like, here to stay? It's a lot of players have been taking Path to Exile out completely.
The reason, the reason for that is because prismatic ending is very good in a multicolored deck. And they can prismatic ending safely a Ragavan on turn 1 without ramping their opponent. That's why Path to Exile has fallen behind, but I still think Path to Exile is key, because Murktide is so good against those prismatic ending decks because they can't answer a Murktide once it's resolved. Like they really have to to fairy bounce it, or maybe they'll have their solitude or something. But the fact that we have Path means that we're attacking an angle that they don't normally have to play against, so we automatically kind of get that favored matchup there.
Right. And being able to cleanly answer anything for a single white is powerful.
Oh yeah.
Even if it's Swords to Plowshares, which they gave us Counterspell. Maybe Swords to Plowshares is next.
Yep. Yeah, swords would be fun. Definitely.
The dreamers can dream.
Yeah.
And it's funny because as far as I know, taking a look at vintage legacy tournaments, you tend to see 2 or 3 swords hanging around vintage decks to tag a utility creature, and then you'll sometimes see, there was some Death and Taxes and Miracles type decks which would play the full Swords to Plowshares, and then maybe 1 or 2 additional in the deck to really kind of show their matchup against fair decks with creatures that just for a clean 1 white you answer it. And I think that is the principle that we're kind of going over here, talking about different flexible answers, but they're almost all answers, because Martyr is a deck that's just constantly being questioned, and you just need to have these answers. Just be no, here's the 3rd Solitude, here's another path, here's big wins, here's little wins,
Yeah.
So I think that with your particular build, I'm seeing the wins a lot, and that screams out to me hey, maybe these could be Fateful Absences, but I think that you need to have this sweep, and that's another thing that folks aren't doing, is they're not playing Day of Judgment or Wrath of God or anything like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I see you having a Ketra hanging out. Now that's a spot that I would usually a Gear Hulk, or I've played Elish Norn, silly stuff like that, or less silly stuff, just extra Day of Judgment. There was a 5-0 list recently that had one of Settle the Wreckage in the sideboard, which is a card that you used to see a lot, and now for whatever reason just hasn't seen too much play. So would you change around that part of the main at all, or this obviously this list did pretty good for you for sure.
Yeah. I think that the main, I might change the Hope of ghirapur at the moment. I might change that to something else. That's the only thing I would change. I don't think I would put Fateful Absence in the main over Winds, because I find that Fateful Absence can answer a Planeswalker or 2, but I'm going to just lose those matchups like Hammer Time, and I'm going to lose against Elementals because I need that Wrath, and I don't need it right away, turn 4 Wrath and need this. So I like the 2 copies, especially if I come up against Control, and they're kind of dead, I don't want to have too many in the main either. So it's kind of a nice balance.
And there's so many board states where you're just boy, a Wind would be really great now. Yeah. And I think that maybe It's a little interesting because Grace is definitely like a good bit of like an engine, a good card advantage. But yeah, the big knock with Day of Judgment was that like how are you gonna recoup destroying all of your own creatures? I think that now maybe that you could play like the additional Grace. I actually recently went up to 4 copies of Grace because I just similar to Winds, which I also do 4 of now. I was just thinking like, man, there's so many times where I'm like, I really wish I had this. Man, if only I would draw Grace. Okay, what's my out? Gotta draw Grace, and so there it is.
Yeah.
But I think that there's also something about having it not necessarily on time, but like in time. Like, you know, like around the 5th turn, if you rip that Grace, you're like, oh, okay, I'm good now.
Yeah.
Versus maybe having it in hand. So
absolutely.
There's that.
Yeah. I think just the way I play, I think 3 is the perfect number of Graces because I don't want to be too heavy on them in the early game.
Yeah.
You know, they start to really gain some value after turn 3. So I don't necessarily need it on turn 3.
Yeah, that's pretty true too. And I don't know about you, but I sometimes try to like level my opponent by actually taking out some number, or in some instances all of my Graces. If I'm expecting like a lot of graveyard hate, and it just really depends on how I'm feeling, what I'm seeing, and like what I suppose that the deck might have.
Mm-hmm.
But if I like am anticipating like, oh man, it might even just go like this, like against an Eldrazi deck, I want them to like ward in, you know, multiple relic type effects, you know, as many as possible.
Yeah.
And now they are a Karn deck too, so that's a separate thing. But I try to like, you know, I'll establish some really goofy, you know, Martyr gain to 70 life, you know, in game 1, you know, abusing Grace and all that stuff. And then I'll just take them all out and just go kind of really heavy on the, you know, control plan. So do you ever do that, or are you just interested in like, no, I'm keeping in Grace, I'm just gonna stick with this plan and hopefully it's good?
Occasionally I'll trim on Grace against E-Tron, namely I'll go down to 2 or maybe 1 because they
E-Tron comes to mind,
yeah,
for sure, but yeah, go ahead.
They you know, they can just Karn, find Grafdigger's Cage and play it, and you're like, all right, well, okay, you know,
that was fun.
Yeah. And then I don't like graveyard hate because Squadron Hawk loops are like a big part of how I play. So
Absolutely.
I never just say, okay, bring in your graveyard hate. I don't care. Because I do care. You know? Drawing 3 Squadron Hawks is not enough.
Yeah. Well, I probably don't have time for tonight, but I remember you listed out all the different ways you drew Squadron Hawk in one game, and it was like, I drew 8 copies of Squadron Hawk. And meanwhile, I'm like, Judge, this player has 8 Squadron Hawk in their deck. Nope, it's just the same one 8 times.
Yeah.
There's no greater feeling. I would be up for watching some more content, but it is getting a little bit long here. But those were some pretty exciting games, and like, yeah, man, I think you played a lot of them really well. We like had like a few, not surprisingly like similar lines, but there was a few times where like we had starkly contrasting plays. Like for instance, I'm hell-bent on wanting to get rid of that fucking Teferi like as soon as possible.
Yeah.
But then again, the DRC was in play. But I don't know. Looking back, I just probably would have tried to get rid of that fucking Teferi. I don't know.
I did lose that game, so you know, you never know.
The other maybe last thing is I guess we're just like playing a different ensemble of 1-drops. So you were saying that you were kind of down on the Hope of ghirapur maybe, and you said you do like Hex Parasite. Would you maybe consider swapping those, or are there any other like cool little 1-drops that you have your eyes on, so to speak?
So at an FNM recently, I did swap them. I played Hex Parasite in the main and Hope of ghirapur in the sideboard. And my round one was against my friend who like kind of threw together a half-assed Heliod deck. So I was like, oh sweet, and I found Hex Parasite right away, you know. Um, and I do think Hex Parasite has some good utility in the main board,
Right.
but it's about the same amount of utility that Hope might use. Hex Parasite is very good in some matchups and then very bad in others. You know, it's just a 1/1 that allows me to kill myself whenever I want. You know, like that's all it is in some matchups. So like I could see swapping them totally, but I always hate it when it gets hit by prismatic ending as well. Ruins my day.
Yeah.
I also played a walking ballista. Ballista
Yeah.
I like.
We saw how threatening that card was a little earlier, and I like that card too. I think we may have discussed it, but I think that possibly returning to ballista, that's just something independently I've been kind of like tossing back around in my head. You know, like what like why did we ever stop playing ballista? You know,
So,
and one reason is because it's not white, right? You know, but
yeah.
if there are any of these, you know, artifact creatures. It's a shame. Like I would love if like Giver of Ruins was like good enough, right? So that could be like, you know, a white card and it could handle all these things. And Giver is another slightly maybe underexplored card, but you're not really protecting anything, so it kind of loses some value. And I think that. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say yeah. That's my thought as well. We don't really have any like high-profile things that we need to protect, like a Thalia with a sword on it.
You've trimmed down all the way to one Serra Ascendant, which honestly looks a lot like my post-board configurations.
You know, I boarded out a lot. I think I boarded it out every game of this league.
Yeah. So there's really no worry that you're going to um, like not win by some other ways. Like, do you think that Serra Ascendant might be done? You know, like did you say about it?
No, I think that sometimes your opponent just can't beat it, and so you should have one to look for to close the door.
I was pretty confident about that. I'd say right after M21, and then maybe like during this summer. I think that Serra Ascendant's actually kind of good in the meta right now. It's just got a lot of stats that help you pull really far ahead, but it's not good at playing the survival game necessarily, right? Like it does kind of feel like you're piling it on. Oh, I'm at 40 life, and here's a 1-mana Baneslayer Angel. Like, did you really need to do all that? Couldn't you just have been at 40 life and, like, you know, doing something else? And the answer is, I think yes, because against a lot of these, like, you know, quad laser, fatal push, unholy heat, lightning bolt decks, like, I don't want it. I don't want Serra at all.
No.
Hit my thraben, hit my Martyr. Like, please lightning bolt my Martyr.
Yeah.
I would love to have that on a t-shirt, you know?
Oh yeah. True.
But, yeah. Interesting. I'm really fascinated to see that you've arrived at the one of Serra Ascendant, and I think that thinking about exactly that card's role in the deck, because it's kind of like one of those tried and true things, right? You know, make an early Serra, get there. You know, you hear about that stealing a lot of games, but what you don't hear about is these endless loops of Squadron Hawks, or just like drawing the perfect removal spell. I mean, that's just maybe not as exciting as, you know, a mini Baneslayer, so to speak. And you know how I love Baneslayer.
I do.
So yeah, I'm really just pleased to see it, and yeah, it looks like your play style is syncing up well with that bit of deck construction. So maybe you'll wind up with more Serra in the next list. I think that like my minimum that I went to for a while after getting on one Serra, one speaker, which is kind of, I guess a little trivial. But I think my minimum is two. That way you can always board the one out. But yeah, I agree that having at least one in a lot of situations can at least keep that door open for basically slowing down like a ridiculously efficient and powerful threat. That's like pretty hard to kill.
Yeah.
Like, he gets, but not usually.
And
if it does, it pairs very nicely with Grace.
Right? It does. I found often though, like you put all this investment into Serra Ascendant, and then your opponent is like, oh, okay, I have this prismatic ending, like just floating around, like all right, it's gone, or I'll just Archmage Charm and steal it, okay.
I have to say, I think it's cute when people steal Ascendant and then they realize, oh yeah, it's when you're at 30 life.
I've definitely had opponents get to 30 with my Ascendant before. It's a sad feeling.
I try to throw my Martyrs under the bus, but yeah.
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 All right.
Well, yeah, this was fun. Maybe we can watch those other two games if you want sometime soon here.
Yes.
But I hope this was fun. Maybe useful. Maybe someone else will see it. I don't know. Yeah, it's got a couple lands. You want that. A little bit of interaction. Maybe it has an early Serra. That's probably not really what you're trying to do, but you might be able to do it.
So I saw Kahira, and I was like, all right, it's controller elementals. I might as well just go for the early Serra, like if I can.
Yeah.
And I just played it out anyways. I didn't go like recklessly into it. I was just like, yeah, I can just do this, so I'll just do it. If I drew another white card, I would have played the alseid there, I think.
Interesting, yeah.
Just to...
I might have tried to play the alseid in this situation.
Yeah.
But I see what you mean. It's -3 life.
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. You can see my mouse on the screen from the game as I try to make like little indications as to like what I'm thinking. I'm such a loser.
Well, so the thing about blue-white is that it's one of a couple decks in Modern, one of the more classical ones where the life totals thing, life gain specifically, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. So I thought I might as well just go ahead. Now they can't like prismatic ending it. If they want to do anything, they're going to have to solitude. Because I believe blue-white control now is just on verdicts, prismatic endings, and solitudes. That's their only removal.
Yeah, that sounds just about right. Notably, one of the creature types for Kahira participation is elementals. And speaking of which, here comes a solitude.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, getting to run solitude and just have like this extra beater or a pitch card for solitude in your basically sideboard is really nice. Like, it's pretty sweet tech. I hate it, but it's pretty sweet. Alright, so they're prismatic ending this here. I'm just gonna sack it. I prefer to have it in the graveyard, so I just target itself. It's important to remember that you can always sack the alseid. You don't need like another target. I guarantee they have counterspell. Sorry.
I think that's a correct play there for sure.
Yeah.
It does a lot of work, especially in combined with the Mighty Grace.
Absolutely. And it doesn't do. I'm not doing anything else with that mana, and it's not doing anything for me in exile. So, I would never just toss it there.
So the choice there is between draw and go, and you certainly have to try to bleed out a lot of these counter spells, which it looks like you're able to do in this situation.
Right? Like, I can see they only have 2 cards in hand because they had to solitude me, they used prismatic ending, and they threw a counter spell on the hawk. So I was like, alright, I'm not gonna wait, I'm just gonna go for it. And at this point, the flagstones is a great draw.
Agreed.
Play out the dummies.
Yeah. I mean, it's not to be underrated. Martyr is a 1/1, can attack.
Yes, it can attack. Yeah, I just ghost quarter my flagstones here. I don't want to draw more lands, but also Mistveil Plains is just great. I mean, and there's a Ranger Captain. I feel like there's no way that Ranger Captain's resolving. Unless I make them tap out or something if they have another solitude. Oh yeah.
It's pretty interesting because almost all of these creatures have on-demand sacrifice ability.
Yeah, they really do. So I can give the alseid or the calming here pro white. They can't even block it, which is hilarious. I didn't sack the Martyr because I wanted to Ranger Capt. What am I doing? I'm like, I'd better not do that. Yeah, I wanted to Ranger Captain.
That seems like straight up giving the opponent a land.
Yeah, it's like I'm at 37. What do I care about this? Sometimes I spew a little.
Well, we could see you thought about pathing it there, and I think that that's an interesting choice to make, but if I would have done that, I might have preferred to do it on my opponent's turn so that they don't use the land right away.
Yeah. I agree with that, like if I was going to.
And if I'm nitpicking, Brad, looks like you played the thraben they did not know about, so...
Come on. Leave me alone.
A small edge, yeah. So, actually, Castle is insane in this matchup. I think that that's a very good draw in that spot.
I agree. I don't know if I ever used it, but I agree it's insane.
We're not exactly at the point or the phase of the game where we're concerned with attacking a Teferi. As we can see, the opponent's just trying to get some cards. So, but I believe that Castle is especially important for just creating those end of turn attackers and sometimes blockers.
Oh yeah, especially in these mana hungry decks that can't play Field of Ruin. Castle's great. I think they just have Spreading Seas instead of Field of Ruin now.
That sounds right. And this deck looks to be slightly a third color, so I might not necessarily expect a Field of Ruin out of that, but you tend to see a couple thrown in there.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, I think that 2-color decks can get away more often with using Field of Ruin, almost as fixing. It's been said before by me and others, but that Martyr is a white splash colorless deck.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. So my opponent plussed Teferi. If they have Prismatic Ending and I go to draw a clue here, end of turn, they can just ending the Abiding Grace.
Right.
Because I tap off the alseid. And they make this attack here, which I'm very happy to just accept, to put an Inspector in my graveyard. It's just a 1-for-1, I don't think that was a good attack for them.
Yeah.
So you can see...
I think that they're worried about their life total, and if that was truly the case, you should sit on solitude.
Yeah.
So we have some more card advantage coming eventually. I kind of like doing nothing, but maybe trying to send some attackers in. I think that's a good play.
Yeah. Yeah, they got the verdict.
Oh.
But that's okay. Because I got the card advantage.
Yeah, since all of these cards are on their way out, you might as well use them a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely thought about it.
Yeah.
And then I realized that if I do this, I get to play one of these thraben inspectors. And then I get alseid back and I hold it up.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so you thought better of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see. These clues just sit in reserve, but on like, a much later turn. There's extra card hands.
Yeah. I don't need them, like, early on when I'm doing things. It's later on when I'm out of things to do that they are so nice. Although, very often I like to just go turn 1 thraben inspector, turn 2 crack that clue. You know? That's my power play.
Yeah, most definitely. And we see the opponent is just straight up playing Kahira.
Yeah.
So that's like just generally a good thing.
It's like, I don't have anything, so here's a blocker. But I still think that they have prismatic ending, because they really did kind of, make me feel that way. They did have the verdict instead, but I feel like they have both.
Yeah. It's pretty powerful removal, especially plus to vary.
I agree.
So wins is alright here, but as we can see, they've played like a grand total of 2 creatures. You're probably not going to get to wins mainland.
No.
That's the only knock kind of on wins.
Right.
I think it still is pretty good in some of these situations.
Yeah. I don't think it's very good against control, but like sometimes you can use it to pick off like a solitude or something, and and you'll have a place to use it.
Yeah. So I just want to talk about how insane memory deluge is for this deck. It just pulls them extremely far ahead. It seems like they're getting more and more cards. They have more cards that do that.
Well, yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a little slow, but like if 1 card turns into 4, like you're in a good spot. Like you're in a great spot.
Absolutely. And I like not over tapping in that spot.
Yeah.
So we have a redundant Abiding Grace, which is kind of cute, but probably doesn't matter.
Right.
So another Solitude.
Now I know they tapped off red, so I'm free to just alseid the ranger here. And what's great is I sent the ranger at Teferi in case they had the solitude, and now they can't even block it.
Forced to basically make a bad block.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this Abiding Grace will resolve.
Personally, I doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archmage's Charm. I love thraben inspector so much.
Just causing complete and total nightmares for our opponent's Solitudes.
Yeah. Nice memory deluge, I'll just draw more cards than you.
Well, Deluge doesn't draw cards, so you're technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Well, neither does Rangers and Ranger Captains, but here we are. Alright, so we got a big Teferi.
Yeah, and this is the really scary phase of the game.
Yes.
And I think you've done like a really good job on like not over tapping on a lot of these turns.
Yeah, I think it's important to pace yourself when you're against control. You go too fast and you get wrathed. You go too slow and they land their planeswalkers. And if you tap out too hard, there's another ranger. Whew. If you tap out too hard, like it's just bad. Alright, see, we're gonna cash in the wins here.
Yeah, again, it's just an excellent utility card, and if they want to do something about it, fine.
Dovin's veto.
Cool. That's sort of an unusual one, but I'm not really all that surprised to see it.
Yeah. I think I send all at Teferi here.
Yeah, that's approximately what I would be looking to do in this situation.
Yeah. And they're on 0 cards in hand too, which is fantastic. I don't mind letting the ranger die here to put the Teferi down a little lower.
Yeah.
Instead of sacking alseid.
Yeah, it's important to just have some pressure to apply to this Teferi.
Exactly.
Otherwise it's just bad news.
Exactly. Yeah, there's the spreading seas. See, I haven't used the castle at all. I haven't needed to, you know?
Yeah, this game has been very, very kind of grindy and back and forth, and you've been tapping nearly out. So there's another memory deluge. This is a card to look out for, man. Just, wow, just really powerful.
Yeah. That's the one from the graveyard, actually. So they're going to look at the top 7. It's basically dig through time, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you have to pay all your mana, but, you know, whatever.
A nice usage of the clue token there, we see. So we're trying to just manage the battlefield and just kill this Teferi.
Yeah. And I think I just play a land out, and then I don't think I need to play anything else, just in case I get wrathed, which is likely. And then return the Thraben Inspector, you know, keep drawing cards.
Yeah, this is an abundance of clue tokens. And we can see all 4 Thraben. Do you have opinions on playing less than 4 Thraben? Are you almost always on 4?
I'm on 4 now. Yeah, I'm just on 4. I don't personally like less than 4, although I might cut down to 3 against like Tron.
Right.
But no, I think Thraben Inspector is just the butter that holds the deck together. You know, it keeps the toast together. It smooths my turns out and lets me use my mana like very efficiently and stuff like that. So now I'm starting to use mistveil planes because I have a little extra mana, which I think is a good idea as well.
Yeah, these games go long. Library death is not uncommon.
Yeah. And you can see we've drawn about the same amount of cards.
And that's incredible for some, white deck, right?
Mono white shitters. So I think there is a point right about now where my opponent has a chance to take over this game and kind of get back into it. I accidentally pressed OK to them stealing the alseid.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So they do this to try to turn back on the Abiding Grace.
Yeah. Although I think it's what they've done here is a little weird. I think they must have drawn Verdict. But I'm gonna take this block like 100% to put the alseid back in my graveyard. Like,
yeah.
100%. So yeah, they do have this Verdict here, which is unfortunate for me. I don't know what I'm thinking, really.
I think you're trying to use this this white mana here. Oh yeah, this is kind of a weird one.
Oh, I was using mistveil planes while I had creatures on board to put Castle Ardenvale back in my deck.
Yeah.
Right. Probably unnecessary, but you never know. Like, you know?
Yeah. Maybe you tapped that. Yeah, it's important to know that it does get changed into an island. There's a lot of this effect which tends to have island in addition, but it ends up just being straight up an island.
Yeah.
So now we see a little bit of a ward here.
So they hit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it really hurts. I mean, Grace is kind of how we win Grace and protecting it, because it's card advantage.
Yeah.
We got like no creatures left to fetch.
So that was a fast hope of ghirapur. I'm thinking that it was about the only thing left to go and find.
Yeah, there was.
Importantly, you need to make the 2 white permanents here for a mistveil.
Exactly.
And we're just a little bit shy of being able to cash this here solitude.
Yeah, if I hadn't ghost corded myself, I would have the 5 mana necessary to cast it. But Teferi, yeah, Teferi's fine.
And I'm just amazed at how our opponent just assembles these 2 planeswalkers together again.
Yeah, I think that's Memory Deluge's fault. So they're bouncing my hope, which is fine to me, you know. I'm not too worried about it.
-1 mana.
Exactly. So I'll mistveil planes a thraben inspector here, because I need something to grab with the Ranger of Eos. I think I have a Martyr and an Inspector left in my deck.
Yeah, running pretty thin on 1-drops.
Yeah.
Interesting that they let this go off.
Yeah, I'm thinking they must like have another one or something, or maybe I guess they only have 2 cards in hand. Anyway, I sack the Ranger after attacking the Teferi hero, so that I can get the Abiding Grace back on the board.
And protected.
Yes. Which I'm sure they're super mad about. Like, they've already spent 12 minutes just trying to fight through an Abiding Grace and an alseid. Like, it's the biggest slog there is.
Well, you know, I think the fact that one of the best removal spells is now like a sorcery, I think taking advantage of that is really important. And this is, by the way, a disgusting amount of card advantage for the opponent.
Yeah, I agree. This is a dangerous point. Like, with 2 planeswalkers out, they had the fetch land even to shuffle away their bad cards. It's a little dangerous for me, you know. I might not be able to connect their planeswalkers, at which point it's like they can just take over. Alright, we got another Teferi. Trying to bounce Solitude, which I think is fine. Yeah. I was thinking maybe it's bait, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the red source still up. Can't remember what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's really just about managing some of these planeswalkers as best you can.
Yeah.
Each one is a problem. I like really making sure that the Teferi is off, so that you can try to instant speed that Solitude.
Yeah. The flash threat, it's important.
Absolutely.
Being able to slam something end of turn and kind of tax their mana. Counterspell, yeah. Not sure why I went for it there, but it's fine.
Yeah, I might have tried to pass the turn and do a solitude, but that said, we have plenty of thrabens and other juicy 1-drops to extract from the graveyard.
I am with you. I think I should have just passed and then cast Solitude end of turn.
Yeah.
Especially because I drew the winds. I don't need to like hold the Solitude for removal. I'm just admiring the plains. Spreading Sea is my Ghost Quarter. You know.
That seems fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there is 1 manland versus 1 Ghost Quarter.
Yeah.
But I don't think their Celestial Colonnade particularly matters. Our Ghost Quarter is probably a more important non-basic in this situation.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. Oh.
So now the opponent's going to feel really silly when they play a really good Spreading Seas target in the area.
Yeah. I'm wondering right now if I should use Mistveil Plains.
It's close. You've done a very good job of never tapping out.
I'm so tempted every time.
Folks, don't fall into temptation.
Yeah. So I attack all at Teferi. I find Teferi is the better planeswalker.
Yeah, he's really, really good.
Yeah.
Teferi can answer Abiding Grace.
Yeah.
Ostensibly.
Exactly.
So.
Which I didn't want. Alright, so.
You see here that this game is just about Emeria.
Yeah.
And it's so hard for them to grind. So, hey, it's my boy Hex Parasite. Tell me what other cards you're trying to bring in.
Alright, so we got the Fateful Absence, we got the Forsake, because I figure they're going to bring in a Rest in Peace, and I can cycle it. I don't want the Skyclave here. It's okay against Teferi, but they just, you know, it like does also tag Rest in Peace, but I think I don't care. Taking out a Kami, take out my Winds, and a Cut of Path.
Situation, I can see cutting a Martyr of Sands as well, as it's not super important to gain that life, but having that access to the engine earlier is definitely worthy if you're looking for additional things to cut. But I think that's a pretty clean cut.
Yeah.
It's debatable whether Path is better than Skyclave here. It really kind of depends with what we see. Luckily, we are up a game, so I find that that definitely influences my sideboarding as well.
I'm showing it off here. Yeah. I don't think that Path is better than I don't think that Skyclave is better than Path because their main threat is like Solitude. The only thing that oh gosh, I'm having a hard time thinking. The only thing that Skyclave hits
Skyclave grabs.
Yeah. Pre-board is Teferi or their Kahira, which is unlikely, you know. And then post-board, it might tag a Rest in Peace. So, you know, that's about it. I don't really like having them in here because they're more of a liability than anything. Because it's the same as the Generous Gifts issue. You know, where you kill something with Generous Gift, and then they kill you with the 3/3 elephant.
Yeah. Generous Gift, unfortunately, just never really worked out. Beast Within, really, is good because it's green. That's not good at necessarily removing stuff. And it's also good because it was played in Living End decks. I think that a lot of Martyr players are out there saying, hey, Generous Gift can be any number of things. It's really not as good as anybody thinks.
Yeah, it's bad at doing everything, but it does everything, right? Like
yeah, that. So I love to see a Squadron Hawk here.
Yeah, I was loving it too. I'm like, look at all these good cards.
This is a very nice draw.
So I think I jam Ranger Captain or Squadron Hawk here.
Yep.
And then I just, I'm gonna make them counter stuff. Like, yeah, you kind of have to here.
Yeah, and I think that's why I like Ranger Captains so much. It's just such a threat to kind of, it's disruption, on the stack and then in play. So
I like
correctly have to counter it.
Yeah, exactly. Because it replaces itself if they don't. Just like it's just so good. I like that they're using Archmage Charm to counter the Ranger Captain too, because they can't cash it in later for more cards.
Yes, you'd rather have them 1 for 1 than 2 for 1.
Exactly.
When we are starting to see some very medium-sized beats here, and they make their Teferi on the play.
Yeah.
I think that's a very correct play by the opponent. That's how they want their game to go.
Considering they've kept my board clear, yeah. Counter.
Absolutely.
Look. I just get to kill Teferi. Like, if they don't have a counter spell for Hex Parasite, it's good games. And they don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the tech.
Yeah.
Slurp that Teferi.
Woo! Like, good night.
So Hex Parasite, I can't remember. I'm gonna credit, I think his name was a Chris Armstrong, Star City Invitational, like, top 16ist. Was one of the first people I ever saw with a Hex Parasite list. And that's something I'm just pulling out of the Wayback Machine. And we can see that they don't like that.
Yeah.
It beat up older Teferi, so the younger Teferi comes back. But it's one of those really great sort of toolbox things that we get with our little EOS package. And you love to see it doing work there.
Oh, yeah. And
So here's the alseid.
I kind of found last turn that they didn't have any counter spells, so I was like, alright, I can just kind of do whatever I want. I'm going to set up my alseid, and then next turn I can play my Grace, and we're off to the races.
I think that's an excellent sequence. And then what you can do is you can set up an attack and sack, hopefully in that order with Ranger Captain, which is what you want to do.
Yep.
And I like how Ranger Captain matches up against a Jace that just arrived.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree completely. I kind of have it covered.
I'm wondering, right, is there any reason the opponent didn't uptick Jace to maybe try to get a little extra selection out of it,
Yeah. I think they were just looking for something, like just trying to get something. So I don't even think I go for it. I just...
You're very favored from this position.
Exactly. I'm thinking about it.
I'm really like pleased with how well this draw is coming together.
Mm-hmm. And like the mana management and not tapping out too low, tapping off protection mana, being aware of things that your opponent might have. Alright, so yeah, they got the Supreme Verdict, Whatever.
Wrath me? Fine.
Yeah. So I jam the Hawk first to try to get them to counter. The very counterable target, but they don't, so, That either
Still get to draw 3.
Yeah. And I am going for it, I think. I'm counting now. Do I want 3? Do I want 2? I'll take 2.
And that's fine, especially later in the game when you really want to have the mana. So we see that they very correctly have a counterspell.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but just goes to show how they really have to respect Abiding Grace.
Yeah.
Do you think Abiding Grace makes us a little bit too vulnerable with graveyard type, countermeasures from the opponent?
If they're in the deck in game 1, maybe. But, like, going to game 2, if I expect a lot of graveyard hate, I might trim 1. But they're still so good, especially if you have skyclaves and stuff like that to remove graveyard hate. Especially if it's like Rest in Peace or Leyline of the Void. Then I think you just, you go in expecting the speed bump, and you're just like, yeah, I'll deal with this when I come to it,
Yeah, definitely. So, the first grace and second grace were no good. The third grace, very good. And, mind you, a memory deluge, a little dig through time, did in fact just resolve.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Do we know if Azorius and Jeskai decks are playing disenchant type effects? I mean, basically all they have is prismatic ending to answer everything.
Yeah.
But what else would they have?
They're not. They might be on a fracturing gust or two in the sideboard. I have seen one fracturing gust from Wafo Tapa.
Control Guru Wafo Tapa.
Yeah. Just a genius. But other than that, it's pretty much just ending, because it can answer pretty much anything you need to. And then you have Solitude to shut down Cauldron tokens and stuff like that.
And then you have a complement of Teferis, which will, in a pinch, take care of any permanent as well, just about.
Exactly.
So, this is a very kind of careful spot you gotta be in, because, the opponent has a lot of cards in their hand, and, they're kind of gearing up.
Yeah.
So it's good that you get them to 5, and I like this. You want to basically present lethal, and
So they're trying to gain. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, you want to just try to present lethal, which is what you've done here.
Exactly.
So we see them try to Archmage down our alseid, which, if we're being honest, is probably one of the uses that I would prefer them to do with Archmage Charm.
Yeah, so what they're doing here is they're trying to get me to make the token, because I think they have Verdict. And they probably have Verdict and Ending. So there's the Ending.
And that's fine,
Yeah.
What they need to do is not die in this situation.
Yeah, which isn't necessarily an easy task at this point.
And notably, I think this is a mistake by the opponent. They need to really deal with the emeria, and not the. So maybe they have some sort of bias there,
Well, if they don't have the verdict, or maybe they do have the verdict and they're saving it, and because they know, I'll just go to 1, use every amount of life at their disposal.
Yeah. And, I guess that is, in a weird way, respect for Castle 2, which does bust up that turn cycle that they have, because we could make an attacker at instant speed at end of turn.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Slam down this rest in peace.
Yeah.
And I like at least taking the opportunity to put something back there.
Yeah, I just put 1 ranger back. I think Teferi is good. I could see making an argument for casting Solitude there, but I think I just wanted to hold on to it because they're at 1, so, adding more power to the board doesn't really do anything.
fact, this should be just about the final turn.
Just about, yeah. If they do have the verdict, then they just get to plus, or cast it now. Yeah. And then I see they have one card in hand, so just play the Hex Parasite. Eat the Teferi.
Hex Parasite is getting in there this game. Very impressive.
And I held it for most of the game.
And it's a card that the opponent knew about ever since we fetched it out with Ranger.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
And that's it.
That's it.
That is impressive. Being blue-white control is no easy task.
Yeah.
And we saw this was such like a teeter-totter of a game. I believe that you played very tight and then just kind of got there with whatever you had. We see the win con here was literally a Hex Parasite and a Squadron Hawk.
Yeah.
You hear Martyr proc, right, and you think of some sort of Soul Sisters deck. You don't know what's going on. But in reality, what we're doing is we're killing people with Squadron Hawk and Hex Parasite.
Right? And our opponents are
Absolutely fantastic.
our opponents will be like, life gain, what a terrible strategy. And you're like, no, it's time walk. You know, like you have to think about it differently.
Most definitely.
All right, so we got one more in the 5-0.
That was very exciting to see.
So this one we're against Living End.
Okay.
I'll let you know like approximately when I know it's Living End, but I feel like it's on their second land.
Does Living End play any companions or anything that might give it away besides
No.
any of that?
No, they don't. So Botanical Sanctum tells me, oh, it's either Rhinos or Living End. You know, like who else plays Botanical Sanctum? I don't even think like Blue-Green Infect would play it. They might.
It depends,
Yeah.
but Infect is so small in the metagame, so
Yeah.
this is when you know it's Living End.
Exactly.
And you know exactly which kind of Living End too.
Yeah.
There are sort of there are combo different kinds of Living End that use different colors.
Yes.
So it's it can be kind of interesting
I've
figuring out which
seen
one is which.
I've seen some on the Black Splash
Right.
with like Grief, and then they're also playing Subtlety. I haven't seen any of the old Jund Living End in a long time, like years.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you can defend your combo with Force of Negation is a big game.
Yeah.
So here's the agent.
So I let them put it on the stack first, in case they don't want to resolve it after I go all in here, because I'm about to evoke 2 Solitudes. Because I'm feeling a bit wild, you know? Now I think I should have held the winds instead of the path.
This is pretty aggressive.
Yeah, it is aggressive, yeah. But like, I'm gonna teach him a lesson.
Probably the Striped Riverwinder does have hexproof.
It does have hexproof, which is unfortunate. So now we played this little game of like, alright, are you gonna attack? Am I gonna double block? Like, like what are you gonna do? And I'm looking at my sideboard, like, what do I got? What am I gonna bring in?
I do find historically that Martyr sideboards have been particularly stacked against a deck like Living End.
Yeah.
And I like the play of just straight up saying, hey, guess what? I have a Martyr in play, and I'm just going to use it.
Yeah. So they had the force there, which, I wasn't really expecting. But it's fine. And now I don't even think I attack. Using my life total as like a resource here is very good. I don't need to like make dumb trades or anything like that. He says.
Yeah, understanding combat.
Yeah. He says making
a dumb block.
Yeah.
Well, I've been known to crack Martyr and not reveal hands, but just to try to, online waste clock or in paper tilt people.
On occasion I'll crack Martyr and I will reveal like 4, but not the 5th, and the 5th will be like a wins. I do think that's fun, because your opponent is like, oh, you don't even have a wrath, and they like play to the board, and then you just overload it, and you're like, okay, the subtle mind games.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too how that Winds of Abandon was just sort of tossed away to one of these solitudes. We haven't quite hit that flashpoint of 6 mana yet, and we do need to be careful of our opponent's fortifications.
Yeah. So I made a block there just in case they're running like Bone Crusher Giant.
And that's a good read. They sometimes do have those.
Yeah. Although I don't think Living End does, but seeing red, I just wanted to, all it is an extra half second on my part, to make the block and then sack.
We can see them slowly filling their graveyard again.
Yeah. So when they do another Living End, like, it'll be pretty brutal. And we got the alseid, which I like here. Can finally trade with the striped Riverwinder. They could also run Fire Ice. Oh yeah, or that.
Yeah, it's funny how these decks tend to run a mixture of stuff like Dead Gone and Fire Ice and stuff that is essentially cheap removal that they wouldn't normally be able to run if it wasn't for, a certain mana cost.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like mopping up the board a little bit here.
Yeah, just a little. And like, you protect one of the solitudes from blue, so that you do a 1-for-1 trade there. I guess it's still a 2-for-1 because I'm trading the alseid instead of the solitude. But then I can use my solitude later to block the Shardless Agent or something.
And I think, with emeria being at the end of the game, it's important making sure you have a solitude in the graveyard.
Well, that and the fact that they're on Living End, I was like, if I, just let them hit a critical mass in the graveyard and then they Living End, I'm in a bad spot. So they're not attacking with the Street Wraith. And I feel like they could, but attacking with a Solitude and hitting their face is a 6-point life swing, so it makes sense that they just want to block it.
Yeah, this Street Wraith was definitely holding down the fort for them.
Of course, I am flooding out a little.
Which, sometimes, not the worst with emeria, but when you're flooding out with colorless non-planes, that can be a little bit of a problem.
It can. And then your opponent hard casts a Waker of Waves.
Hello. Good morning.
The big guy's here. But that's a great draw for me.
Notably, your creatures get -1/-0.
Yes.
There's always been this sort of funny B game that Living End decks have, where they're essentially just really bad, like, draft decks, with big, expensive dudes.
Yeah. You ever hard cast a striped Riverwinder? That's how you know you're living.
What's interesting here is that Ranger Captain obviously has an amazing interaction with the Cascade spells by shutting them off.
So,
And I like the play here of activating mistveil while you can.
yeah. But not putting back a creature. Alright, we got another plane.
So now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there anything that you want to do with your ghost quarters, possibly at the end of your opponent's turn?
Oh, you know it.
Okay.
Got that secret sauce over there. So I tap one so that I don't make a mistake and accidentally use one to target itself or something.
Oh yeah, we've been there before.
I'm always so nervous.
Yeah, let's get that Wake of the Waves out. And would you look at that? That is a beautiful draw.
Woo! Yeah. I think Kami was my choice today as well. I could see an argument for Thraben Inspector. I could see an argument for alseid, but I like Kami just to get them to stop.
Yeah, your life total is getting down there.
Yeah.
But as we see, they're not going to be able to beat that.
No. Alright, so against Living End, I definitely want the wheels and the void mirror. I recently brought in a sanctifier en-vec, but I think it's only good against the version that's splashing for grief. So if you see grief, feel free to bring in one.
Yeah. This is one thing that I think Sanctifier is bad at, is just hosing all of the graveyard. It's really just an anti-red and anti-black card. It's not grave hate. So don't skimp on the grave hate just because you have a Sanctifier. You might wind up playing against a mono blue deck and really need actual dedicated graveyard hate.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely.
Good solid swap there. That's a pretty straightforward transition.
It's pretty clean, right?
I think that we start out in a very favorable position. They can put a lot of power out quickly, but it's a little hard for them to just cheese you if you're able to gain life or set up shop with Abiding Grace.
Exactly.
So tell me about this hand.
Alright, so this hand is beautiful. And even better. This is the game where I drew 14 Squadron Hawks. This is my favorite game of the league.
Saving the best for last.
Yes. The very last game, I was so amazed at just how at how this game went. So I have the Void Mirror, so I'm just gonna jam it here.
You probably have the Force of Negation.
Yeah.
Or maybe they don't.
Or they... Yeah. They probably have a Foundation Breaker that they brought in.
Or they have a Brazen Borrower that they can use to clear the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So those are the two or three big things that they have. So Voidmere, we've seen in the past that this is like a 3 or 4 of because it shuts off a number of different things. But it's not the be-all end-all for a lot of these Cascade decks, and I think that they know that.
Yeah. So I just straight up go and I overfill my hand. I like doing this against Living End. If I have a stocked hand with some rangers and I'm on the draw or something, then on turn 2 I'll often Squadron Hawk, go up to 9 and then discard 2 creatures against Living End. And then they have to think extra hard about actually when to use their Living End, if they need to sit, put more creatures in the graveyard and that kind of thing. It's one of my favorite plays.
This is known as the move.
The move. That's right.
Yeah, it comes from our metagame enemy. So it looks like you should have discarded the Solitude there. What do you think? Do you keep the Solitude or do you just want to? I think that there's an argument for just straight up discarding the solitude there.
There is an argument for discarding the solitude. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to hold on to it because they didn't living end last turn, so I don't think they have one. And if I want to, I can I can evoke the solitude anyways and put it also in the graveyard.
Interesting. So, a note on the move. It comes from when a Tron player would drop to 8 and discard Worm Coil, which is notably insane against Living End, especially if it's in your graveyard.
Oh, no.
But we can see that that's also the case here with Squadron Hawk and Solitude and Friends.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice that you could just get Squadron Hawk right back into your hand after that.
That's 4 Squadron Hawks drawn so far. 3 off the OG and then 1 off of this one here. You gotta keep a tally. So at this point in the game, I'm pretty much in the driver's seat because I can hard cast Solitude now. Like I have a little bit of a board presence. Like I think I'm in a good spot. But I could be wrong.
You are until they play well, I was gonna say a Fire and Ice cleans your board up pretty nicely, as does a Surprise Endurance.
It does.
Now, I'm not sure that these decks play main deck Endurance. I think that that's some sideboard technology, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it is sideboard, although they could play it main deck because, you know, if your opponent's playing a creature deck, it's so good. Is that number 5?
5 Hawks. 1 Snake. Who wins? Let's wait.
1 Elemental. I thought about blocking.
So yeah, the Curator is a pretty decent sized beater for what it is. You know, a 4-power flyer, pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
So we see you kind of waffling here.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out how to get more life.
Not really. I was thinking like, oh, I should Solitude here. But then I was like, why do I have to? You know, I can just do this all day. That's number 6.
And we can see the slow churn and burn.
Yeah.
That's the 6th Hawk.
Yeah. I don't know at what point my opponent realizes, like, I've drawn so many of them, you know?
So notably, the Curator does have quite a bit of text on it. It's not just a flyer.
It does. The Curators are pretty good at being able to scribe after every cycle. So you'll notice here I didn't reveal the wins.
I think that's a strong play right there.
I wanted them to go for it. So I think there's a bug currently with the Architects of Will. They can't target me. So I think that
I may have heard that before as well.
Yeah,
Pretty interesting.
it makes it a lot worse, right? Like being able to just Fate Seal your opponent when it comes in is so good.
Yeah.
My Lonely Martyr.
Architect. Not so Lonely Martyr. So we've walked them right into the trap. And now what they need is they need Force of Negation, which they don't have.
They did not have it, no.
And that's just that's what we just call a little bit of too bad.
Yeah. I specifically did not reveal it in order to make them think that the coast was pretty clear. And then, you know, they just go for it. Because otherwise they can just wait me out. Their creatures are better on board. They didn't have to Living End.
Right. I think that was a mistake by the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So we start to play out some more Squadron Hawks, and this is one of those rare opportunities where you can mistveil and then mistveil again. Love it.
Right? Like, what's our count
So
at?
this is like the 10th bunch of Squadron Hawks.
I think it's 8.
It's a big squadron.
Yeah.
It's a big squadron.
It's huge. It's huge. Alright, we got grief. I think I just let them go for it. And I'm pretty sure they would take the Abiding Grace here. Just because, you know, living end and all. They don't want me to have creatures in my graveyard. Yeah.
And I think that's a correct take by them.
I think so, especially if they were lining this up, which, you know, I don't think this is great for them. Like, okay, I'll gain 12, bring my Martyr back, you know.
And at this point, are you thinking about getting that solitude on board?
Yeah. Because I know they're going to get grief back, I wanted to just put the solitude in the graveyard. And then they can take a hawk, you know, like, no problem.
And we get a wins and an Abiding Grace back if they decide to let us shuffle.
Yeah. Well, I'm targeting their curator here because it's the one that would give them more long-term value.
And oh, by the way, here's a 2/2.
And here we go with the Hawks. Draw 2 more. I think I'm up at 10 now.
Oh man, I thought you were 10 before. This is a big squadron.
Yeah.
So again, you're demonstrating some willingness to not necessarily overtap here, but you're sort of low-key representing like a castle, ardenvale activation at a turn,
Yep.
or possibly in the middle of combat.
Absolutely. Make it weird for him.
That's our goal.
Yeah.
So yeah, notably, I don't think that our opponent's deck is capable of casting grief, and that they usually just pitch.
I think you're sometimes right. I have seen a few of them playing Sunken Ruins, which is the blue-black filter land. So I think some of them can cast grief.
Yeah.
But it's not a given that they would all run that land because it's not very good, in my opinion. Like, casting any of your other spells, which are important.
So, besides Field of Ruin, what are we looking to draw here?
You know, I have no idea. Oh yeah, so here I activate the castle first and tap weird, keep my Ghost Quarter up, so that I can have a second white permanent to activate the Mistveil Plains.
One of the many uses of Castle Ardenvale.
That's all it's good for. But you'll notice
Another
that
very, very heads-up play, though, just to get a little bit of extra value when you can.
just a little, right? So that's what, 11?
That would be one very lethal tendrils. Additionally, you can just straight up trade away with this particular Shardless agent.
Yeah. Which I would be happy to. You know, I'm like, okay, they've cast 2 living ends, like how many more they got?
And a final note too is that should you see one of those slightly darker colored living end decks, those are the ones that can just straight up suspend a living end. And I always think that those games are interesting because it really puts a sort of like a time, you know, like a timer on the game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I believe it has suspend 4. Oh, it's suspend 3.
Suspend 3?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is pretty
anyway.
small, suspension-wise. So, they stack their triggers weird here.
They sure do.
Yeah. I'm going to discard a hawk, and then I'm going to shuffle it back into my library. Or I'll put it on the bottom of my library in a random order, if you like.
I think that they could have, like, set you up to where you would have to use mistveil again.
Yes.
Ultimately, that probably doesn't matter too much, but that's sort of it's a weird way to stack. I suppose maybe they could have considered, okay, let's just make them put these hawks back.
Yeah.
But again, having solitude is a major problem.
Oh.
Now that's a really good draw right there, at any point in the game.
I agree. Also, to be fair, I just noticed they didn't endurance me, they endurance themselves, because they probably wanted to put more living ends back into their deck.
Yeah. It's the game that never living ends.
Sheesh. I'm like unsure what to get here. I'm like, what's good? What's good? I just get alseid. I do like the card quite a bit.
You must if you got it instead of thraben. So it's just grinding and grinding with these squadron hawks until there's nothing left in your hand except for the card squadron hawk.
You'll notice that this game, pretty much all my draw steps have been lands. There have been a
quite
few.
A flood.
Yeah. But like I've been playing with this Martyr and this Solitude like all game. At least it feels like it. Oh yeah. They got me.
Notably, if you would have had thraben, your clue would have been tagged too, so I suppose it's one and the same.
It's true. So I feel like this is a crazy attack.
Figuring out different ways to get solitude up into the graveyard.
Exactly. I feel like I should have blocked with the Ranger Captain and the Squadron Hawk, because then they would just be a 1-for-1, and maybe put the Solitude in front of the Architect. You know, I don't
It's
think...
hard to say.
Yeah.
I really do like having the Ranger in play.
Me too. But if they cast Living End here, I'm gonna let it resolve. You know? Like... I'll let them put it on the stack, and then I'll sack my Ranger Captain to put it in the graveyard.
And we see that there's a bit of a board presence here from our deck, you know?
Yeah.
Chunking in with these 3/3s is a pretty okay way to go about winning a game.
Oh, definitely.
Is there a reason that she went to try to take them off of red there?
You know, I was like, I don't want them to hardcast Force, so we'll see if they have any basics left. To be honest. Alright, this is Hawk number 14.
14 Hawk. And now what we could do is we could sack Martyr, gain life, bring it back.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's even worth necessarily doing that.
I personally I don't. I just go get alseid and hold it up. If they don't concede.
Yeah, alseid is, oh, and this is an interesting one from the opponent, so.
Yeah.
Exiling a violent outburst to cast a force of vigor. You'd love to see that.
I do. I do.
I think that they know what's up, and that they realize that they can't just up and cascade, you know?
Yeah.
And at this point here, this is still a race that we're winning, but I wouldn't hate a Squadron Hawk block there. And of course, just ripping a Solitude is really nice.
It is. Yeah, I didn't block with the solitude because I wanted to keep it a 3-turn clock if they didn't play anything else. I wanted to, sorry, did I say solitude? I meant squadron hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to attack them 3 times to kill them. And then I can play another hawk. I can use my castle to make jump blocks and stuff like that. But then I did draw the solitude, and that's great. So I know they're out of basics, so I'm just taking them off of red.
And chewing up a little bit of clock while doing it.
Exactly. Yeah, not that it's relevant. I do like to do that stuff in the damage step, though, because I'm not, like, doing weird things with their mana in combat where they can, like, they get an extra mana from Field of Ruin, or in my second main phase where they, like, can hold up that mana and then use it when I cast my spell. Just taking advantage of the stops and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a really good tip there, especially for folks playing online.
Yeah, especially online. In paper, you just say, like, end of combat step, Field of Ruin. Go to my second main,
And everybody knows what everybody means, or at least that's the hope.
Well, yeah, you'd hope at competitive REL at least, right? Alright. I feel like this is a concession play from my opponent, the solitude just kind of... Like, how do you come back?
Just a good, clean 2 for 1.
Oh, easy. I think solitude is really strong.
Yeah, we can see the multiple copies being very good here.
Yeah.
And in the nutty game where you just went wild, man, and just exiled and evoked 2, that was something.
Yeah, I'll just discard my hand in response to Living Hand.
I wonder if they have anything to even get with that Misty Ringing Forest. Maybe a Triome or something.
So I targeted alseid there, but I should have targeted the Abiding Grace. I think that these decks aren't running the Triomes.
I think Footfalls does, maybe.
Yeah, Footfalls I think runs 1 or 2. So Subtlety, namely, is very good against Evoke Solitude. I have been absolutely destroyed by that when my opponent put Living End on the stack and I went to Evoke Solitude and my opponent just evoked their Subtlety. They were Living Ending in response to a Ranger Captain from me. So what they got to do was they got to do all of it, bring back the Subtlety, and then Subtlety the Ranger Captain too. And it was absolutely busted. Not in this game, just another one, of course, but it's
Again, we see how powerful these flash elementals are.
They're quite good.
Yeah, this deck we're playing against has got a huge shot in the arm. Playing 3 out of 4 of them, and it's not uncommon to see Cascade decks with up to 5 colors,
Yeah, that's true. I know there's a new Yorion Cascade deck that's going around that's playing 4 colors. It's playing Furies, Solitudes, Endurance in the side. It's playing the Crashing Footfalls and Omnath. It's playing Teferi.
Sounds absolutely ridiculous.
It's horrendous, yeah.
So there's that Steam Vents. Apparently the opponent did have something they could get.
One last land.
But at this point, making just a couple of tokens and turning them sideways is going to win the game in a pretty short order.
Yes.
And then additionally, we have 7 basic planes along with our mistveils. So that means emeria is here rocking. And I don't know how they beat Forever Martyr of Sands at this point. Or another Solitude.
Yeah. So in response to Shardless, I just... Yeah. They have 2 of them. It's like, okay, go ahead.
Not realizing that the Ranger Captain is going to itself come back.
Yeah. Which, I mean, or they realize it and there's nothing they can do. Yeah. See, I noticed this bug here today as well. Alright, yeah. And they pack it up there.
But we never run out of Squadron Hawks.
No.
That's the difference.
And it's funny because I could have kept casting them and kept looping them. I could have gone higher. But I stopped at 14 and I was like, I think it's time to win this game.
I think the 15th Squadron Hawk may very well have been the one that's on the board there. But yeah, that is truly a masterclass of how to loop Squadron Hawk and how to really, get your opponent just on the ropes and weirdly apply pressure, but also never overcommit. And I think you did a really excellent job of doing that in these last 2 games. So that's awesome.
I think I made land drops every turn.
Yeah, it was a pretty land-heavy draw there in the Living End games, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's important not to get too upset when your deck kind of just spits out lands. The deck does play like somewhere around 24 lands. Usually it's been 23, 24, sometimes 25. And when that does happen, you just have to remember, hey, I'm playing some pretty crappy cards. I'm playing a lot of lands,
Yeah.
and not get too upset about it.
It's true.
Sometimes you just rip that Solitude or that Abiding Grace. We've seen you do that a number of times, and that's really cool.
Yeah. All in all, this deck is honestly, I feel like our deck is really good right now.
I think that when the modern meta has as much sort of combat attack, creatures going sideways, not named Kiki Jiki, I think that that's a really good time to be playing Martyr, and I think that you have a pretty good game against a lot of these decks.
Yeah. I was looking at my bad matchups the other day, and of the higher tier decks, I think it's just Tron, Elementals, and Control. I couldn't really think of anything else that was just outright bad, because there aren't really any combo decks that are tier 1.
And I think that that's a good thing. You can kind of maybe look at a burn deck as a combo deck, but that's a matchup that I will take. Not necessarily an easy one, but I'm happy if that's at the top of the charts for sure.
Yeah, burn on paper looks insanely easy, and then they just cheese you out with like a Roiling Vortex at the right time, or an Eidolon
or
that you have to like
Crack, or
get
an
in
Atarka's Command. Yeah,
it's true.
Who hasn't been there?
It's very true.
Yeah. Well, it's notable that there is a pretty prevalent amount of anti-life gain stuff. It's not like people are packing Leyline of Punishment, right? I have seen that get played against me. Killed the opponent with a Squadron Hawk. Nice mulligan to 5, But additionally, Bone Crusher Giant, and then it's barely worth mentioning, but Questing Beast is a card, and I suppose Wild Slash it's hard to argue that a card like Wild Slash could get played when you have Unholy Heat, when you have Lightning Bolt, and when you have Bone Crusher Giant. It might be some old technology that people used to have, and we tend to see that a little bit more in Pioneer. But it's definitely something to watch out for. I think if you've seen one of these sort of cheesy Botanical Sanctum, Force of Negation, Living End decks, even if you never end up seeing it, I think it's perfectly fine to be very cognizant of Bone Crusher Giant, which it does say that, damage can't be prevented. So if you're going to go on the spore frog plan, it's very important to like not get cheesed out by that. And yeah, I thought that we didn't let anything cheese us out across these last two matches.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. It's very important to know what your opponent could be playing that could just ruin your day, and try to plan around it ahead of time if you have the liberty to. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you don't have any other option, and you just need to hope they don't have it. And they usually have it in that case.
I was really impressed by that win. It felt like you were able to just steal it from blue-white control. You know?
It did feel that way.
Yeah.
It didn't feel all that fair in game 2, because they had to use their 2 counterspells on my ranger captains, and then they just didn't have a counterspell for my hex parasite, and like a bunch of things afterwards, and that was pretty much game over.
They're no longer able to stop you from doing anything, and at that point you're just playing with your food.
That's exactly right.
I think Ranger's helpful for not only being the counter bait, but once it's like in play, it's a great way to force through, these sorcery speed spells that we got going on. So
yeah, no, I agree. I think Ranger Captain is like an extremely good tool, but you also have to like be wary. Like, is it a good idea to take 3 power off the board right now?
Exactly.
Or it's kind of like, discard a card, or like it's card disadvantage to use the Ranger Captain.
Yeah, you go -3, and I think that notably, these Cascade type decks, you kind of have to play by a different set of rules than you usually do. But I usually like to let the Ranger stick around for a while after. Like, a lot of the times your plan might be to Ranger, maybe set up an attack or a block, and then if you can untap with it, sack, and then get a big wins off, Or the same used to be true with cards like Gideon Ally of Zendikar, or Elspeth Sun's Champion, or Nemesis, or whatever big play you had. Even in some of my older builds, planar cleansing. So maybe we could just spend a little bit of time just talking about just where to take maybe some of the sideboard cards or anything that you're looking to improve the deck with. I know that there's a list you kind of shared already, but what's different between now and right at the end of this league? What were some things that you found out?
Okay, so since the end of this league, I've made only like one small change to the main deck. I cut the Hope of ghirapur. It's it doesn't do enough. I think the last time I got a 5-0, I had the Hope of ghirapur in my main deck as well, and it put in work as a lightning rod. It just, if I played it, it would take an ending or a bolt or something. But I think I got my 5-0 despite having a Hope of ghirapur in my main deck, not because I had one. So I wanted to try something else, and I put in a Walking Ballista instead. And I can't say for sure that Walking Ballista is great, but it does do a bit more work. And it does pressure planeswalkers as well, which is important for a card in the main deck. If you have to, you go to attack some planeswalkers and they try to solitude your ranger captain or something, you get to sack the ranger captain and then resolve your ballista and go to town.
Yeah, and we've seen ballista for a while. Excellent utility creature with the EOS package.
Yes.
So I noticed you kind of, I think, went up on the Kataki's War's Wage, and maybe you're playing additional copies of Fateful Absence.
Yeah.
We kind of were gearing Sanctifier in en-vec, which is a very good card, but not in every place. Maybe you could tell me about other changes you made to the sideboard.
So the only other two changes that I made was I cut the two skyclave apparitions in the sideboard for a kataki and a fateful absence. I wanted to test them out, see how good fateful absence was, and get another kataki in there so I really saw it when I needed it. But then I lost a burn, and skyclave apparition I think is just good against burn, because it's their 1-drops. They're like the monastery swift spears are attacking for 3 or 4, so like you turn their 3/4s into 1/1s when they kill your skyclave, plus they have to kill it, so. And it also gets to just eat Roving Vortex and pesky permanents like that. I think it's very important in the burn matchup. And I really missed it. Yeah.
Interesting.
So, I don't know if I would play 2 in my sideboard. I think I would. I really think I would. But I might play with the numbers of the other cards later. It might be time to go down to 1 Sanctifier en-vec even.
Yeah, I think a big part of that is Hell's Kitchen type deck just aren't really putting up results. That deck went from the forefront of the meta maybe a couple of I want to say months ago. We'll call it weeks, but that was kind of one of the driving forces between behind all these black-red sort of graveyard matters decks. And I just think that you can't reliably count on running into those as much. And I would agree that Sanctifier kind of is a lot of these red decks now are playing pyrites, or they're playing engineered explosives, so it isn't exactly the bomb that it used to be, or that it should be.
Or they're
still, go ahead.
Yeah, or they're splashing white for ending. They just
Exactly.
They have it doesn't really do anything. It exiles maybe 4 cards from their graveyard, and then it goes on. I do think there are still some matchups where I want to keep it. Like Esper Reanimator, I would like to see it in there. They have to deal with it. I know that they also have prismatic endings in their deck, but it does kind of exile all their Archons from their graveyard if they're already set up.
Right, yeah.
And I'd like to have a Sanctifier, at least 1 in there, for if my opponent shows up with red-black or Mardu Luris. Croxa is a problem for me.
Croxa is a very good card.
It's so irritating to have to deal with, because those red-black decks, they establish their threat, and then they have aggressive hand disruption that also is a clock, and you can't really ever get on your feet. They just tear you apart and then kill you. And Croxa is a big part of that. Once they flash back Croxa, it's like, alright, well, game over. When you path it, you'll have used 3 cards, so it's already like a 3-for-1. Because you'll have to discard off the first trigger, you'll have to discard off of their second trigger, and you'll have to discard the path that you're casting. Unless you path it on site, and you don't always have the liberty of doing that, there's not always a good time.
Yeah, sometimes you'll have a wins in hand.
Yeah.
I know that on my mind, I've been thinking of Celestial Purge a bit more, and I think I still like, in addition to Forsake the Worldly, a disenchant effect, maybe even the second copy of Forsake. We heard you say it a number of times in these leagues, but at worst it always cycles. But I think having that, even in spite of necessarily a skyclave, I think it's good just to have a lot of things to get rid of things.
Things to get
Nova,
rid of things, yeah.
Things to get rid of different things, I've had Cleansing Nova a bit on my mind too. I feel that it's important to, if you're not going the Kataki route, just have some measurement to or countermeasure to be able to, not die to a sea of golems or constructs, excuse me, that are made from Urza's saga.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I had played a Cleansing Nova in the past, but I found it was very, very medium. I also found that I don't like wrathing my own artifacts and enchantments or my own creatures, so I moved away from the Cleansing Nova plan.
Would you consider Settle the Wreckage?
No.
Tell me why.
I would never consider Settle the Wreckage. I don't think it's good. Unless like you're at your F&M and there's an elf player there and you just are metagaming against the elves player, like or something. Yeah. I think Settle the Wreckage is one of those things that it does clash with Martyr a little bit. I know that's not as important, but you never want to reveal it. And then there's so many individual threats that like your opponents don't have to swing out. I could see it like doing some work against Hammer Time. If that's where you're kind of thinking. But with Hammer Time, they don't have to attack with every creature. They can just keep their Pure Steel Paladins back and attack with a couple lethal creatures and let you have it. So I think decks can play around Settle the Wreckage fairly easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't the thing in the ice sort of Phoenix type of days.
Yeah, and then you just get spell pierced anyways, Yeah, no, I don't think that card is modern playable. I think it's just underneath modern playability. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I would ever, especially not with Solitude now. I'll just cast Solitude instead. It feels way better.
Yeah. Solitude having lifelink and just having all the lines to text on it. Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. The card's a little bit pricier, but a little bit better also.
Oh, yes. Yes, I agree. It's also definitely a little bit more pricey if you're counting the Tix value as well, or the money value.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing a big uptick in Solitude.
Yeah.
It's not just the Martyr card, which is kind of what I was thinking when it got released. And then I remember seeing it in these like control decks, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Like,
I remember seeing it. Yeah. Then I remember seeing it in like Living It. I'm like, okay, this is getting weird. And now there's Elementals.
Yeah.
Which is maybe the other place that I could kind of see as Settle the Wreckage. They do swing out, but then on the flip side of the coin, they just have just a ludicrous amount of enters the battlefield type stuff. So you never really are entirely sure what you're going to catch with Settle. Well, it is, a card.
The important thing against Elementals with Settle is that if you like even have a thraben Inspector, they're not going to attack with your Risen Reef, and you really need to get rid of Risen Reef. That's the card that like will end the matchup on its own.
It is a pretty good engine, especially combined with Omnath. Like that's a lot of card advantage. So to get away from the Elementals matchup, which as we know is kind of a bad one right now. I think that needs we could probably go to the well on that one. But I wanted to talk about Planeswalkers and see if there's any that you like, if you think that there could be some room for them in the main, or possibly why there are none in the main usually nowadays.
I recently played some Planeswalkers in the main, and they're very mediocre. I think the best one that we could play is Gideon, Ally of Zendikar, and then the second best one that we can play is probably Elspeth, Sun's Nemesis, and then Sun's Champion. And I found that even on an empty board, you play a Gideon, and make a token, your opponent will do much more powerful things like the next turn. And then all of a sudden you're behind again. I also found that these planeswalkers aren't very good when you're behind, and we spend a lot of time playing from behind.
That we do.
If you were on like more a Wrath heavy build or had a different way to protect your planeswalkers that way, I could maybe see it. But I don't really think that Gideon is where Modern wants to be anymore. And if that's our best white planeswalker, then we're kind of in a bad spot. That probably does bring me to the God Eternal Oketra, though. It's
that's a weird one. I think we saw it got boarded in a little bit there.
Yeah, I never saw it, but it did. The Oketra, basically, the idea is to have one threat that just it gets around graveyard hate and it's hard to deal with. So I was like, all right, Oketra, I'll try this and we'll just slam it against control or something. And with Squadron Hawks, you just get to make a huge board very quickly. Recover after a Wrath or something. But I don't know if that's where I want to be. It might be that playing Sun's Champion in that spot is a little bit better. And it might be that just not playing that Silver Bullet card is best,
Yeah, especially since you're going singleton. I tend to have a Baneslayer Angel in this spot. I just think it's pretty good at blocking dragons. And it's a beefy creature that is a little harder to kill than you might think. But I think that there's a number of reasonable kind of close to top end. Our top end tends to be the 6 mana wings, and then the toppest of the top end is playing an Emeria tapped, untapping, and bringing something back. That's really our top end there. So I think having something at around 4, 5, maybe even 6 mana is definitely reasonable. I think that people don't appreciate the Elspeth for its ability to be like a situational Wrath, and I think that that's something that is pretty important when you're considering whether or not you want to go ahead and actually play this card. And there's some other sort of fringier ones. There's some talk of Basri Ket. There's a couple of other Elspeths we didn't even mention that were, long-time format staples and really powerful cards. Of course, I'm talking about Elspeth Knights Errant and Elspeth Tyrell, which I've played both of them and had some pretty interesting results. I think that they can still do some pretty good work, even if they may not necessarily be the best overall planeswalker.
Yeah.
Just kind of slotting in, and a lot of times I feel that we're looking to bring these in against control just as an additional sort of threat. The problem is sometimes a lot of them aren't so very threatening, so it's that sort of back and forth. I think the final planeswalker to address here is probably Gideon of the Trials, and that sort of is an interesting one because it has this emblem that you get once you cast him, and it resolves. It says if you have a Gideon, any Gideon planeswalker in play, you can't lose the game. And I think that is a worthy consideration in the face of decks like Mill, fringy ad nauseum stuff, maybe somebody's trying to do some weird egg stuff, any other infinite combos that aren't gonna, just shoot down our Gideon. I think that it's very interesting to think about that card.
Yeah. I like Gideon of the Trials sometimes. I hate that it's bad against control.
Yeah, it's not quite as beefy as Gideon of Ally of Zendikar, which, if nothing else, is a reasonable threat. A more than reasonable threat.
Yeah.
And makes your already reasonable threats slightly more threatening. I mean, a 2/2 flying Squadron Hawk is is pretty powerful, you know? Like a base 1/1 ballista, you can do a lot of work with that. Those are things that, you know, the ally enables you to do. But I do like that it is good against mill. So I think when you're talking about online, or maybe at the F&M level, I think that Gideon of the Trials may secretly be one of my like top contenders for the sort of the Planeswalker question, you know, like where's this card type in Martyr? If we want to kind of make a real left turn here, there are certainly Karn builds of Martyr, and I'm not talking about Karn Liberated, but you know, Karn Creator to basically have a wish board. You know that Hex Parasite or that Hope of ghirapur or Crucible or Ballista that we're playing. Well, if you play Karn, you can have access to those, and I think that that's another interesting thing to consider. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure that it really helps the deck because it just kind of is its own package, and we're already mid-rangey enough, and Karn feels like extra mid-rangey. You have any thoughts on that?
I'm with you there. I think it's fairly untested, but I do think Karn is probably good in like a mid-rangey shell, and could attack some axes that we don't already. I hate Karn, personally. I just vendetta, so I won't be trying it. But,
Karn.
you know, it's possible that it's just really good and I'm wrong, you know.
That you hear, guys. Pleacho, possibly wrong.
Yeah, possibly wrong, but probably not.
I could be possibly wrong too.
Yeah.
Probably am.
I did want to touch on the Gideon Planeswalkers really quick, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're playing them against control, I would never turn it into a creature, unless my opponent had, like, 0 cards in hand. Because, you know, you're going to grind out, like, let's say Ally of Zendikar. You're going to be grinding out, making tokens, basically pressuring them with this free permanent that I don't think they can kill with Prismatic Ending. So their only answer to it is to Fairy Hero downtick, or, you know, countering it. They can't Solitude it unless we animate it. So I think that just animating it at the wrong moment is a major misplay. And then that kind of leads a hand to why getting the Trials is so bad against control, because you need to animate it to get in there. And the second you do, like, it's lights out. Plus, they do have Prismatic Ending on 3 fairly regularly.
Right. Like, I would describe the sort of deck that we were playing against as a blue-white deck with a couple of red lands.
Yeah, me too.
But I think that there are truly dedicated Jessica control decks out there. Now, are they the Snapcaster, Lightning Helix, Celestial Colonnade decks of... Sorry, I had to catch my breath. Are they those Helix Snap decks, you know, of the past? No, not really, because they're playing these, like, absurd blue-white cards that just, you know, win the game. They don't, you know, they don't bother, you know, playing burn, you know, sometimes, right?
Yeah.
But I think that it's worthy noting that, like, for a deck that just has like a couple of crappy creatures and some manlands in it, I do feel like blue-white is fairly well like set up to like perform an attack strategy. It seems like they get into combat pretty well, and I find that kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times they're just countering, and I don't think that we're resolving Gideon a lot of the time against them. A Gideon of any size. I mean, a Kithion. A card that was kind of a sleeper, and a card that I once called the White Liliana, is Gideon Blackblade. Spoiler alert, he's not the White Liliana. It's the White Liliana.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about Gideon Blackblade is that it does provide you with a indestructible body that attacks, right? It has a static ability, so it's a lot different from those other Gideons. But it kind of like grants you a little bit of extra keywords to some of your other cards. It makes your Hawks a little bit better. You can sometimes get in there with Martyrs without fear. And I think that that's a card that a lot of people were really excited about for. If you do tick up and tick up, it can eventually take care of another permanent. However, it's pretty bad on rate if that's what you're trying to do. And it is notably worse than making your opponent sacrifice piles of their permanents. There was a time where myself and others in the community thought that it was, the truth. That it was like, how are they going to beat this? I think in a world with solitude and, Teferi verdict, that is like, that's pretty common, right? Like, we saw that on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
I think that that's just not particularly good, but it is interesting. There's, I don't think you can be playing Kithian. Oh boy. There were some decks that were trying to do the Isamaru, Kithian, Mox Amber type of shenanigans. I don't really think that that's necessarily a direction that Martyr would want to go.
I have to agree. Yeah. I think.
Go ahead.
I think Gideon Blackblade, it kind of falls into the same issue that Giver of Runes does, where we don't have anything. We don't have anything we want to protect. Like, I'll give my Martyr, I don't know, indestructible, and
or lifelink.
I'll give it lifelink. Yeah. There you go.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
Next question.
Oh, Sarah, 1/1 Serra sent in with vigilance. Like, ooh, very good. I think it just if we were playing things like Thalia or stuff with swords on them, and you could give them vigilance or indestructible or lifelink to get them in, maybe. But then I think we end up on a different deck. Cut the bad cards and play okay ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that just at the end of the day, our options for planeswalkers are, to me, it's like play an Elspeth or don't play anything.
Yeah.
And just falling back on Solitude, a lot of that has a lot to do with how good Solitude is at, just sweeping up creatures of any size.
Yeah.
Cards really good, and I think it's approaching like just very high levels of play. A lot of decks are, yeah.
I think so too. Yeah.
Get your Solitudes before they're $100 cards like Rabadine, folks.
Not to mention that, like, Solitude is good against creature decks, like, really good. But it's also not bad against control decks, because it's a live flash threat to make them use mana on their turn, to help you resolve, something on yours.
Exactly.
Being
and
able
I think
to...
it's like a really good test spell too. Like,
yeah.
You tap out at your opponent's end of turn for 5, and then what are they going to be trying to do?
Exactly. And if they don't bother answering it, maybe you don't cast anything on your turn. Maybe you just use the Solitude to put some pressure on. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3/2 lifelinker is probably the that is literally on the bottom of the card, but that is something that I think is underappreciated about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes in these control mirrors you get into points where you're and we can speak of Martyr in the abstract as a control deck. It kind of is even slower, but you get into these spots where you're bouncing Solitude triggers off of each other and trading that way.
Yeah.
And truly, you can only do that if you're playing Solitude too. So it could be that the best answer to Solitude is another Solitude, as it so often seems to, nowadays in these white decks.
Yeah.
So
it's true.
Yeah, but I can't see myself necessarily coming off of maybe a single Elspeth, but maybe that's just not good enough still, and I'm just kind of ignoring that. But it remains to be seen. I think that there's some Gideons that we could play, and I guess just whether it's Gideon or Elspeth, you definitely you're gonna need something to try to beat these control decks. And well, maybe it's either that or the additional fateful absence.
Yeah.
Because I'm liking that too.
I'm thinking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry. The additional fateful absence is quite good because you'll use it against those control decks, or against decks with like big threats that you need to dispatch. Ones that don't have a million threats, just ones that have a few good ones. So I think it is quite useful. But going forward, I will be testing out the Elspeth Sun's Champion in the God Eternal Oketra spot.
Let me know how that works out, because I've always been a really big fan of Sun's Champion. I'm one of the Sun's biggest champions.
Alright, champ.
Well,
yeah.
I think we were maybe a little bit less long in the tooth on this one. I'm glad we were able to wrap this up, and I hope that you can use this. I hope that this is helpful to someone. If not, it's really fun having some really focused kind of high level martyr talk. I think this is content I would watch. So
yeah. Even just a deck list on a screen in conversation. Yeah. No, it's good. It's excellent to be able to review my own footage as well with fresh eyes. To see what would you do differently? Did I do the right thing in this position? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that there's what you did a few just really good things of walking your opponents into making bad plays or taking advantage of bad blocks. That's something that I'm going to look to try to take to my own game a little bit. Hopefully I can pull off some more 5-0s. There are quite a bit of martyr players there doing well. So get out there and start cracking martyrs. It's actively a pretty good thing to be doing right now.
We're back, baby.
Baby.
All right. That's awesome.
I think that's a pretty good ending there. Appreciate that.
I think so too. Thank you, Zach, for hanging out and going over 5 hours of this with me. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure we can whittle it down. Yeah, of course. Thanks for come on. We'll have to do it again soon.
Absolutely. Be able to whittle it down to 4.5.